Currently, yes, but we did put an external controller up here above the thermostat.
Awesome.
This will control room volume. So anything that's playing into the room, you can control it.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to see. Just in case something wasn't too long to do.
Thank you, Vivian.
Yeah, of course.
Appreciate you, my friend.
How you doing? Very well. How's your day going?
It's going.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Do vision systems?
Yeah.
Was civil service about a year ago. I went back to vision systems. No, no. Yes.
Awesome. So basically, vision is like has a lot of aspects of project management to it. It's the single source system for innovation and movements. So it basically there's an enterprise Air Force Space Force enterprise licensing. So anyone under that can log in and get into the system.
Yeah, we,
Yeah.
well, we can, it's like, project. So, actually,
Log in right now. Well, you have to set up your platform.
okay.
It's kind of great. Okay, that's great. So, full ecosystem, lots of parcels are in there, handful of business dashboards that are used to really have their system for their use. And so it's got some features, right? To make collaboration. Two of those areas are collaboration and communication and good stuff. So we have an algorithm, if you will, that is comparing all of the data and all of the
So the projected judgment the first time right there is there's no so it was nicely met
Because Murphy's Irish out, Irish
and I was waiting for this is
Yeah, hey. Awesome.
Right after your just see what it wants to be. Forceful or funny seeing you here. How are you? Where are you? My feelings are hurt forever. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'll report it on my phone and I'll send it. I'm working at Lunar infrastructure.
Right, so I think that's where are you going to be going first? I'll put this down for
Yeah, I think
Jake is going to be
yeah,
so I'll run this. So I'll just talk to you and you can't talk to me. Yeah, that'll be perfect.
I'll find it later, maybe. I'll leave Yeah, sorry, I wouldn't. No. I didn't know. It was one of those things like you were not supposed to be here. It's not the space I can see.
they were talking about how they like everywhere that concept probably has to be like we know the blueprint, right? So
I was telling her, I think the guys were like they're an association of like
yeah.
because that would be interesting too.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to sit up here or?
Yeah.
Anywhere?
Go ahead and just, yeah.
Any
See, here's the moderator.
Where would you like me to sit?
You can also, like, nice to meet you. Yeah, you have a seat up here, if you're on the table. We should have everybody coming, so if there is a space, maybe we'll put them together, but. Yeah, so, I have contracts, in fact, I'm gonna run to some of the contracts.
When you fly back there?
I think I'm gonna try to. You go on back there later.
It's tomorrow morning. More like
I'm gonna heckle you, sir. I know. You're the smartest guy I know.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be easy.
some points back for
So outsmart me.
Remember, you're in Texas.
they're like, how long you know?
Yeah. Julie's like, so what are you doing? I start to tell her, she's like, so boondoggle, I got it. I'm like, actually, no.
The problem is
I grew up in Mississippi, so
There's a spreadsheet and it sounds like
English
that.
is my
Like,
second language.
You're not like, you're a little bit more like 15-minute increments.
it's gonna be a how many days it's gonna take?
Hello, Julie.
How are you?
Hey! I didn't even see you there. Oh, we flew in last night, actually, so, yeah.
Like, I'm gonna need some counseling. Like, I feel 2 weeks away from everything.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Beyond Space Track for Fed Supernova. I can't wait for you to meet some of the rock stars that will be updating you on their amazing work beyond space. From emergency blankets in our cars, to dustbuster handheld vacuums, to today's satellites communications. We talk about space so much, how it serves us beyond space itself. One of the top companies that is helping advance space tech is Deloitte. Today's Fed Supernova track and discussion has been made possible by the generous sponsorship of Deloitte. So at this time, I would like to introduce Brett Lubert. He is the principal in Deloitte Consulting, Government and Public Services, practicing leading their support of the United States Air Force and Space Force to open up our Beyond Space track. Thank you, Brett.
As you mentioned, thank you. Okay. As she mentioned, I'm Brett Lubert. I'm our global space lead for Deloitte. We're doing some great stuff here with Capital Factory. We're down on the 5th floor. We have our AI exploration lab down there, and really encourage everybody to check that out. You can tell I'm the space lead because I have a jacket that says both Deloitte and space, so all wardrobe. And also like to thank Capital Factory for hosting this event. And when I came a couple months ago, they ran to me with the T-shirt too. So I was asked, like, is this appropriate garb? And they said, yeah, you're good to go. So I can sit here and give you a bunch of platitudes. I love space, love innovation. I think you got a great day ahead of you. But I wanted to tell a story, and it's really from the most unlikely of sources. So my grandmother, is the beginning of the story. She was 92 years old when she passed away a few years ago. Amazing woman, right? She was a World War II veteran in the Navy. She had a PhD, taught at universities, just really ahead of her time for what women were back in the 30s, 40s, 50s. I mean, it's just remarkable. She could be her own story, but it's actually about a piece of paper that my dad came across when we were selling her estate. And it was interesting. So it was for 100 shares in something called the Shelburne Hotel 2. And I had never heard of this. And he said, we're having trouble figuring out if this is worth anything. Is the paper worth anything? What are these 100 shares? And what was really interesting to me about it was in something called moon currency. Okay, it's a true story. And I said, okay, well, that's the par value of 100 shares in moon currency. So as a space guy, I'm like, I gotta dig into this. I gotta find out what's going on with this Shelburne Hotel 2. And what I found was just an incredible story, and I think really, good for us here today. So Richard Shelburne was a hotel owner, property manager. He still has a hotel in Manhattan, so clearly pretty good at what he did. And this is the early 60s, right, as a sort of backdrop for the context of this. Big believer in innovation, big believer in the pace of change and things that were happening. He says, I'm going to do something special. So when I figured out, he was going to construct a hotel on the moon, okay? And not only that, it was going to be done by 1971. It was a little hard for him to do. Okay? It's like, okay, interesting. And what he did was he was selling shares in the hotel in moon currency. He also was so confident that this was going to happen in the early 60s that he had a guarantee. Okay, so if it was not constructed by 1971, he was going to say, you can stay at my hotel in Manhattan for free for a week, all expense paid. So he was really putting his money where his mouth was. And clearly I'm like, this is ridiculous. It's absurd. I mean, you all have the right reaction, which is like, this is a total gimmick. What's going on here? But when I started digging into it, there's one other article I found that kind of outlays like his mindset for why he decided he was going to do this. So, put yourself in the context of Shelburne at the time. So he grew up seeing the invention of the telephone, the invention of the TV, the radio, airplanes, cars, right? I mean, these were all inventions that happened in the time he grew up. And for context, I mean, think about the early 60s, right? Yeah, we're in a space race with the Soviets. We went from just 5 years before my grandmother purchased that certificate, we had seen the first satellite go in orbit, something crashed into the moon, we got pictures of the far side of the moon, we even put a human being in orbit around the planet. Just phenomenal stuff. The president's out there saying we're gonna go to the moon, space race is all the big stuff. I mean, Moore's Law was first posited in 1965. I mean, there's all kinds of like momentum to say 8 to 10 years from now, a hotel on the moon's probably not that ridiculous, and I'm gonna be the one to do it. So I found it really fascinating as we think about what we're going to talk about today. So that was actually his quote that I have up there up front, right? It's, we're living in a world where the difficult is becoming normal and today's impossibility will be tomorrow's commonplace. Now, what's the lesson 60 years later? The moral of the story? I wish my grandmother bought maybe Coca-Cola stock instead of moon shares, but that piece of paper to me was really cool. This was literally 2 months ago. I was like, what a perfect time to talk about it this group. So as we start to think about what we're going to do today, thinking about innovation, space, we're right in the middle of all of this really big, exciting stuff right now. And I just sort of encourage you to find your inner Shelburne and think about how we're going to tackle this all as a group. So with that, I'll kick it back to Jake.
story, Brett. And again, thank you for today. So next, I would like to introduce you to Zahir Ali, co-founder and CEO supervisor at NASA's Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy, also known as SOFIA, who has developed materials, device, and systems level solutions for the DOE, DOD, DARPA, NSA, and NASA to introduce this session and the panel.
All right, folks, welcome. Space, you know, we've been saying data is the new oil for what, 20 years now? Well, I guess, you know, now we're saying space is the new oil. Perhaps at some point we can find a different reference for something that makes money besides oil, but that may be coming down the pipeline here. I'd like to first introduce my panel here, and what we have here, you know, the guests we have today represent a wide variety of perspectives on space. And you know, we'll start, I'd like to start at the end there. Mr. Oscar Garcia of Interflight Global it is a world-leading commercial air and space transportation industries advisory. It's based in the U.S. Mr. Garcia is the chairman and CEO, and they work on aerospace and aviation business problems, helping folks define, structure, produce, and execute effective strategy in that arena. And he's working in economic development currently, and that's one of the main themes around space in the modern era, is how you know, everybody can participate. Then we also have Brigadier General Stephen Bucky Batau, DIU Director for their space portfolio, previously Vice Chief of Joint Staff and former Commander of the 129th Rescue Wing at Moffett Field, which I used to look across the runway at from my hangar at Ames.
Yeah.
You know, through the skinless dirigible hangar 1 there. We've also got Miss Megan Murphy Crawford, co-founder of Space Funds. Also advisor at GeoJump, SEN, and Space Forge. You know, Space Fund is one of the original space funds, really, at this point. And also kind of an OG in the industry, being CEO of COO, of Deep Space Industries, which really was a pioneer.
Which was also at Ames, by the way.
Yes. It all comes back to Silicon Valley stuff, doesn't it? You know, Deep Space Industries folded, but they really showed us the way and gave us a perspective of how to think about moving forward into space to go get resources. Being in Texas, you know, I imagine people around here know a thing or two about going and getting resources out of rocks. And you know, we have to go do that out in space now, and there's some very, very clear reasons why. Particularly metals. What you see is the consumption curves of critical metals driven by both our hunger for electronics, like this little guy here, and all the critical systems we're building, the renewables, the EVs. My Tesla has something like 50 different metals in it, is my understanding. You know, we may not run out on Earth, but what it turns out is that China and other adversaries have 80% of those materials on lockdown. So we are going to be driven out into the solar system to go get resources for a variety of reasons. And then we also have Mr. Ryan Roberts, principal at Deloitte, somebody who's built a lot of networks. I think it's going to be interesting to hear about your thoughts on that. Previously, Booz Allen Hamilton. And then we also have Brigadier General Damon Feldman of the United States Air Force, mobilization assistant to the Deputy Chief of Space Ops Strategy, plans, programs, and requirements, working out of the headquarters of the Space Force. So welcome all of you. Thank you for being here. And I think I'm going to toss the first question to General Batau. Thanks for joining us. You know, in your role leading space for DIU, you look across a very large ecosystem. Could you please kind of, for the audience today, share your view of where we are today, particularly from a defense perspective, kind of maybe a snapshot of space for defense?
Sure, I'm going to divide and conquer what, you know, if you put us together, we're probably a major general in the making, but I'm
I'm going to talk economics and then defer to you on the defense side. So we're in a period of renewed great power competition. If you read the news, and it's very important. So as part of that great power competition is a new space race, not like the old space race. This space race is really for the grand prize, which is, imagine how the end of this century is going to conclude. Will it be democratic, capitalistic, and the international liberal order where nation states determine their own outcomes, or will it be autocratic, communistic, and something else? So that's really what's at stake here. Space is really it's more than the high ground. It's really the prize, and not just militarily, but economically, socially, and actually, as we'll talk about a little bit later, all about for the future of humanity. So we created the space portfolio at DIU about 5 years ago, and it's grown. It's one of the strongest portfolios within DIU. The amount of commercial investment, despite COVID, despite all the other challenges that we're having economically, the amount of capital invested in commercial space doubled between 2020 and 2021. Started off strong this year. We'll see how it goes. The investors, like Megan will talk about, are getting a lot smarter about space. Apropos to Brett's comment, we have to unfold this nascent space economy in the right order, right? So we achieve it. It's a delicate balance, but there's a tremendous opportunity with a lot of investment going into infrastructure, and that infrastructure, both digital and physical, is going to be the basis on which future businesses are all going to be built upon. So I'll pause there, but just to say I'm very bullish on where we're going. We have the nation has got a lot of good policy. We have a lot of implementation challenges within the government. Right, the bureaucracy doesn't turn on a dime, and it's very important if you want to see Starship launch and keep launching out of Boca Chica, Texas. You should be very, very concerned about the policy implications of them not getting licenses in a very real-time order. So we'll talk about more of that, but I'll give it back to you.
Yeah. You alluded to General Feldman perhaps discussing some of the technology and kind of where we are there. We're in a post-launch era, or I advise a lot of space entrepreneurs, and one of the first things I tell them is, please don't tell me you're starting another launch company. There are only 300 of them at this point.
168.
It seems like that's in the U.S., right?
No, that's worldwide. 168 launch
Swear
companies.
there are more that are trying.
We've got a database.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe that's good. Some of them have listened and not started it then.
We've tracked over 200 over time, so over 40 have failed.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we're going to see more consolidation coming.
Correct.
But now that we're kind of centering ourselves on orbit, Brigadier Feldman, maybe you could comment on kind of what you see as the technology for defense.
Sure. So a little bit of context. My background is predominantly on the operations side of the space mission, so I'm not an acquisition or contracting person. So that's the edge of my knowledge curve is acquisition and contracting. But I love talking about ops. And so from an operations perspective, what I have seen in recent years is really a renaissance of services that we had contracted for in the past, but now we have more ability to contract for added capabilities. So SATCOM is clearly a place where there's transformation here through Starlink and companies like OneWeb, O3B, in the MEO layer, and then you have other vendors who are recapitalizing their geo architecture. So SATCOM is a great place that has new services coming online. But then you also saw, like with Russia's war with Ukraine, how commercial imagery as well as SATCOM were brought together to really transform our offerings of support to Ukraine. Companies like Planet, Maxar, Black Sky, they were able to provide unclassified imagery that showed to the world what was about to happen and what happened in Ukraine. And so we were, in past business models, we weren't able to release a lot of our imagery to the world to show what was going on because of fear of revealing our methodologies and our sources. So that's an interesting piece. So on the services side, that is now translating into a change in business model inside of the Space Force through Space Systems Command. Earlier this year, they established a commercial services office. They had inherited the old commercial SATCOM office that was in DISA, and then that came over to Air Force Space Command back in 2019, and now with the Space Force that has moved under Space Systems Command. And then as part of that maturation, it's not just commercial SATCOM that the Space Systems Command has, it's a commercial services office and a commercial front door office. So they're trying to gain more access to technology. And then lastly, on the technology side, the place where we still continue to struggle, and it's everybody's favorite poster example of bureaucracy at its worst, is how do you get technology across the Valley of Death? That place where the technology looks great, but it can't scale and get beyond that. Because small companies are investing in their technology. They're putting their money in that place, and they don't have, and their limited access to capital is restricting their ability to mature the business operations side. It's necessary to scale and become a successful contributor to bigger systems. I'll say that's not unique to us, even in the commercial side of the world. A different Jeff Moore, I think is his name, authored the book about the chasm. And that's where you have innovators, early adopters, and then there's this chasm before you get into market adaptation. So it exists on the commercial world. I just think we have in the DoD side, we just probably have a better name for it called the Valley of Death. So I'll stop with that and hand it back over to you, Z, for the next round.
So, that's a great segue, because I think the next question was going to go to Ms. Roberts, Ms. Crawford. You've been a veteran of new space. You pioneered concepts and business models before a lot of people caught on, frankly. How do you see that interplay that General Feldman described evolving between the federal needs, perhaps not just defense, and the space innovation ecosystem? What worked? What have you seen worked in your opinion, particularly with investment? What could we do to make it better? What remains to be done?
So, I just need all of your money. Just give me all your money, and I'll solve all the problems.
Pass around the power.
Yeah, exactly.
Spoken like a true VC.
Yeah. So,
That's all we need.
That's all we need is money. Yeah, and we'll solve it all. No, but as you pointed out, the Valley of Death is a seriously big problem. It's been something that's been talked about for years in Silicon Valley when you're looking at software companies. Software companies have this Valley of Death where they need funding to get through to profitability. And it's not that hard to scale a software company because you build the software once and then you can sell it an infinite number of times, right? This is why VCs love software companies. Space is very much more on the hardware side, not the software side, right? We have some software companies, but most of them are hardware companies. And so every time you make a sale, you have to build something. And sometimes that build is very complex, very unique, requires a lot of time and engineering and effort. And so these companies need a lot more capital to scale than most of your traditional startups. And so that is then where companies like mine, like Space Fund, come in, and we love to work with the government. I call Bucky on a pretty regular basis because I think that that's really where we find the sweet spot, is if there's a technology that the government is interested in, well, that's fantastic, because guess who the world's largest space customer is? It's the US government, okay? So if you got the world's largest customer already interested in your technology, that's a fantastic signal to me that, one, the technology's gonna work, two, that the technology's useful. But a single customer does not a business make, right? You have to have commercial customers as well. And so then myself, as the venture capitalist who's very familiar with the commercial market, I can come in and say, yes, there's a commercial market for this. So if there's a government market and there's a commercial market, the government's willing to give some grant funding and I'm willing to give some VC funding, now we're cooking with gas, right? Now we've got something that's really going to have the possibility to move forward in a positive way. And so we love to work with companies that have had a couple of successful SBIRs under their belt, that already know the folks at SpaceWorks, AFWorks, AFRL, all of that, and then we can give them that push that they need to get across that valley of death and become a good customer for the government and for the commercial market.
So, as you're talking about scale, one of the things that comes up is, of course, location. A lot, well, Launch Beach, as they call it down in Long Beach, is a bit pricey for a lot of people. And you see a lot of companies figuring out where to go. I want to, toss this over to Mr. Garcia, representing a key regional development corporation. You've got direct experience understanding the opportunities and challenges that entrepreneurs face in that discussion. How do you see entrepreneurs and the government working together to create the best environment to find the right location for these companies to be and expand? I mean, you when we spoke earlier, we shared the discussion about XCore. We don't want that to happen again, right? So what is how do we move forward from that?
Thank you, Ali. Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege being here with this panel of friends and colleagues. Am I the only guy with a tie in this room?
I asked if we could wear jeans and they said yes.
Been watching people getting in bed, please one more. Anyway, thank you. That could be my claim to fame today. But indeed, so we specialize in economic diversification and skill diversification for communities around the nation and international friendly countries. So the oil and gas community in West Texas is strategically planning how to use their assets and their resources and their knowledge and their skills to capitalize from what we call space resources as a new oil. So if I can add the word resources to space, let me focus on that a little bit. Just economies of scale. If you consider the global world product, GWP or GDP, in simple terms, of $100 trillion a year, and you realize that one of the smallest near-Earth asteroids carries 100 to 1,000 times that potential economy in metals, minerals, gases, and water. Immediately a community like the oil and gas community starts thinking, we know how to drill, we know how to extract, we know how to transport, we know how to refine upstream, midstream, downstream. You are telling me that there are trillions and trillions of dollars worth of resources in space. That comes at the moment when they say, so space resources are the new oil. So we are deeply engaged now in a strategic plan of how do we get to extract those resources and what skills transfer directly and what technologies that we have are applicable to harness those resources in the solar system. And that conversation I'd like to share with you and hear your views, because we are not talking about our planet anymore. We are talking about harnessing resources at a larger scale. In case you haven't noticed, I have an accent. I'm from Spain originally, and in 1492, there was another moment similar to what we see now when Christopher Columbus left Palos town in southern Spain to a new world of resources. And what he found and what the Spanish kingdom found is resources. So I'd like to open the conversation and share with you that the opportunity for extracting and using resources in near space and deep space is, depending on who you ask. I've heard the word quadrillion for the first time, quintillion, numbers that I prefer not to mention here, but I'd like to open up the conversation to how do we harness those assets in two ways. One way to bring them back here. So for all of those saying that we are running out of water, we are running out of resources, let's say pause for a second. We have plenty out in space to bring back and be one happy planet. But the second economy that I'd like to bring to your attention is the off-Earth economy that can use those assets so we don't have to launch and re-enter every time we use those assets. That creates the off-world economy. And I close up with reality check. So NASA recently, you saw the asteroid exploration impact. There's going to be a kilo, 1,000 grams extracted from that. That kilo of material costs NASA $1 billion. So we're talking about $1 million a gram. That's the cost today of extracting 1 gram of a multi-trillion-dollar economy. So the challenge here is, how do we develop technology? How do we cross-skill oil and gas mining, transportation, launch and re-entries, and get that $1 million a gram down to cents? And that's the challenge we face in, and that's the work we are doing with the West Texas Permian Basin oil and gas community, see how much of what we've got we can transfer, and what do we need to evolve, technologically speaking, to harness those assets. So thank you, and anybody who's ready to help with the challenge, please come talk to me, and I'd be happy to discuss how you can help us.
No, thank you, Oscar. One of the things that you have to think about with space in terms of where you derive value from, and this is something that I work with my students at Thunderbird on in our space business leadership and policy program, is timescales. Space, expands time and dollars, unfortunately, in terms of what it takes. As we found out with the hotel, oops, it wasn't 5 years, it's not even 50 years. And we're probably going to have orbital hotels for tourism well before we actually have one on the moon. So, I want to engage Mr. Roberts here, from Deloitte, which takes a very wide view of things, looking at multiple industries. You work with so many different companies, in the Fortune 500, and perhaps thinking about space not only as a vertical for resources, but as a horizontal, kind of like the internet, where we think of how is it going to disrupt multiple industries, whether it's through Earth observation, advanced communication, novel logistics, and of course all the defense applications. Just could you share with us kind of how your organization is thinking about this?
Sure, thanks.
Forward?
And honored to be a part of this esteemed panel. I have imposter syndrome, so thanks for letting me be a part of it. First, maybe piggybacking on what Mr. Garcia said, show of hands of who watched the DART mission happen.
That was so fun.
I mean, when I think about our national interest, and I think about what could unify our world, who in the world didn't watch that and go, yeah, I could be a big fan of avoiding an extinction level event on this planet, right? I mean, it really encourages me to see something that everyone on the planet could get behind, right? That kind of science. Now my daughters, who are 12, 10, and 8, I live in Colorado Springs, they are already tired of my lecture on how important math is, right after showing that. The idea that something that launched 10 months ago hit something 7 million miles away, right in the middle, that's a crazy amount of math. So, but from a national interest in what we are looking for, my background is in defensive cyber operations for weapon systems, and I work for Space Force, the Missile Defense Agency, and the Air Force. And it's widely believed that the next global conflict, unfortunately, will probably start in space, and it will probably start with a cyber attack against space systems. So we don't want that to happen. Nobody wants that to happen. So I think as we look across industries, we look at the importance of data and other things, we have got to figure out how to protect the entire enterprise of space assets from cyber attack. And that, by the way, is not just national defense systems. I would garner to say, and this esteemed panel can correct me, that first cyber attack will probably be on a commercial satellite that supports national defense efforts. So this has got to be a whole of country, whole of nation, whole of allies approach to how do we better cyber secure all the segments of space. So all 5, right? You've got ground and RF and space, launch and user. You cannot do any of those things without the cyber domain. So how do we better secure that domain? That is a real focus, and we need all the smart people in this room from all angles thinking about that. Data, automation, hardware, sensoring. It is critical to the way we go forward, and making sure that space is a place that we can all enjoy and go live on that hotel one day on the moon. So, thanks.
Yeah, you know, I'd like to invite the other panelists to perhaps comment on how that intersects across the, you know, the investment, the defense, the policy, and all the way to the talent pools that are needed for, you know, to really enable the security of these assets.
Well, I think the three things that really, the resources key, cyber is key. Why? Because information is really the near-term oil. I will interject though that power is going to be the next one, and then resources. Because try to go to the moon or any place and do anything, you know, with a few hundred watts is not very practical. So so if you look carefully at what our solicitations and where we're putting our money is on those things. The interesting thing about cyber, just jump on that right away, is NASA and the U.S., well, basically U.S. government in general, is still building very exquisite things, but they care so deeply about radiation hardening that we're building systems with circa 1998 PowerPC chips, right? And they go, and so the thing that we always say when we go and you know, stir the pot is, what do you care about? Do you care about radiation hardening, or do you care about cyber? Because none of the commercial companies we're working with buy anything older, you know, than like 2 or 3 years out of the supply chain, and the cost of those radiation hardened parts is like off the charts. You know, you're talking about, you know, several $100,000 to $1 million, and there's not a deep supply chain of them. So let's talk about transformation. How do we transform the way that we operate in space? And our contention is with serviceable, modular, sustainable platforms, right? So what does that mean? That means if you have a smartphone in your pocket, chances are you bought that smartphone or released it sometime in the last 12 to 18 months, right? The average American changes out their phone every 11 months, which is probably mostly all the millennials, but that's it. All right, why aren't we doing the same thing with our space systems? We have to be, all of our technology in space needs to be tightly coupled to the state of the art of technology. If we don't do that, we're losing. We're losing by design. Now, there's going to be some systems that require hardened capabilities, but you harden only where you need to, not everything. And so the wonderful thing is the commercial sector is disrupting everything. There was a National Academy of Sciences report from 2012 making the sternest recommendation to U.S. government to not invest in reusable rockets. 10 years later, completely defeated. Not because we look at things through the lens of our own experiences, right? So in order for the U.S. to retain its leadership and make sure that not just by ourselves but with our allies, we can actually stare down China and say, no, not so much. You know, what we have to do is we have to break the mold. We are constrained by policies written in the 1960s by Robert McNamara, and is a great guy. He was a millennial. He's gone. We need new policies today that enable the future. We need to unleash the innovation of the commercial sector. We need to completely modernize it. Space Force is actually leading this, by the way. Completely transform the way we operate in space, and we have to have whole of nation, whole of community approaches to doing it. So there's not the NASA way, the DoD way, the European Space Agency way. It's all one way, and it's built with the idea that space is going to be monetized. It's going to be revenue positive. No more freebie stuff. Free chicken for the government, right?
Thanks, Bucky. I appreciate that. No, so to build on that, I think that there's a couple of really important points there. One of the things that I've heard repeatedly from people like Bucky and others in the U.S. government is that the only way we're going to win the new Cold War with China, and don't mistake, we are in a new Cold War, and it is with China, and the only way we're going to win it is to do what America does best and innovate. And our current legacy space systems and policies are set up for, they work very well for Boeing. That's great for Boeing, okay? But that's not necessarily the way we're going to win the Cold War with China. We've got to focus on this innovation. And there are so many issues right now. This is a statistic that we came across as we were doing due diligence on a company a couple of years ago that just absolutely blew my mind. So, there's thousands of satellites on orbit. Around 5,000. I don't know, when was the last time Starlink launched? There might be another 1,000.
Up another 60.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to keep track, but so let's call it 5,000 satellites on orbit. They're almost all of them are pointing back down at Earth, collecting data. They're taking pictures, they're sending and receiving signals, but they're pointed at Earth, sending and receiving data about Earth back to Earth. Less than 1% of the data that's collected makes its way back down to Earth. Less than 1%. Why? Well, obviously there's downlink issues, but there's also onboard processing and storage issues on these satellites. They don't have enough storage, they don't have enough processing power. And so one of my favorite examples of this is that Malaysian Airlines flight that went missing. We know for a fact there were probably dozens, if not hundreds of pictures taken by satellites of that plane across its entire flight. But we don't have any of those pictures. Why? Because all of those satellites are programmed to immediately delete pictures that are taken over the open ocean. Because nobody buys pictures of the open ocean. And you're restricted by your onboard storage and processing power, so the satellites are programmed to immediately delete those photos. So there's so much room for innovation here. Just think about how valuable that 1% of data is that gets back. So we were talking about data is the new oil, right? That's really where the value in space comes from right now, is data. And we're only getting 1% of it. What can be done to get us to 2% or 5% or 10% of that data would make huge amounts of money. And so we're investing a lot in trying to solve those problems. And then our other big area of interest is in what you guys used to call OSAM, now you're calling ISAM. You guys can't get your acronyms straight. But this is in orbit.
In space.
In space.
In space.
It's beyond orbit now.
On space. On orbit, in space, yeah. Assembly, manufacturing. That, I think, is, to Oscar's point about we have all of these resources, they're just floating around above our heads, and we could be using them to build things in space so we're not launching and re-entering things all of the time. And so we're really interested in the technologies that are helping enable that. That future is probably, venture capital funds have a 10-year lifetime. That future is probably outside of the lifetime of our current fund. But there are the enabling technologies that are going into that are being developed right now that are absolutely fascinating to us. One of our portfolio companies, Orbit Fab, is doing refueling of satellites. Well, when you have to do the proximity operations and docking to refuel a maybe uncooperative satellite, that technology is the same technology you need to go dock with and mine an asteroid, right? And so those technologies that have commercial applications now that lead to that future that I think that we all want to see.
A couple of stats there to piggyback on both your and the General's comments. I think the average operator, Space Force operator right now flying a GPS satellite is 10 years younger than the satellite they're flying. So that's where we are from a space modernization perspective. And to your comments, ma'am, the 1% of data we do have, there's some analysis out there that says we're only operationalizing about 10% of that data.
1%. Wow.
So the data we are getting, we're only 90% of that is not being used to make operational decisions, whatever you are, commercial or military, because it is still such a volume of data and we don't have the tech. We need all of your tech to help operationalize that and help us make better decisions.
So I know you want to ask another question, but I'll pitch in here. So yeah, the average age of a GPS operator is age 24 and younger. Two Fish and I were out at a Schriever together, and I commanded one of the GPS squadrons, and so it's amazing. So 100% of the world's GPS starts at Schriever Space Force Base, second floor, Model 11, building 400, and it's from my standpoint, it is literally kids running GPS, and it's amazing what those kids are doing.
Amazing.
So I'll start with that. But that spins off into really what I was wanting to get to, which is underlying the technology is the workforce. And there's a lot being spoken about investing in the workforce. but those conversations, from my point of view, tend to focus on college level and beyond investments in workforce. My perspective is we haven't connected the dots yet to the trades that are out there and skills that can be pushed out to like community colleges. So my son is going through aviation maintenance trade school right now, and I'm watching him learn hands-on, buy his tools, and go to a fabrication shop and do those types of things. And I'm wondering, where is the equivalent function of a trade school for kids to, work on rockets, work on a spacecraft factory floor, those types of things. And so that's in my view, a place that we need to put a little bit of energy, because we tend to focus a little bit too high on the STEAM degree programs and not the commoditizing the workforce. The nation that commoditizes this workforce is going to win.
I could not agree more. My son is in welding school right now with the aim of working at SpaceX, right? Because they are hiring welders faster than the welding schools can produce them.
And welders make a really good wage.
Yes,
by
they
the way.
do. Yes, they do. I
Like,
know.
maybe I can get out of this cyber thing.
Yeah, exactly.
The weld.
Exactly. And just a quick comment.
To make one comment on what you said, Megan. We talked about this, I have some.
Quick comment on the workforce. To date, only 11% of the people who have been to space have been women. 11%. And this future that we all want to see of humanity living and working in space, you want permanent off-world colonies to be a thing, you're going to need 51% women for biological reasons, if nothing else, right? So how do we get from 11% to 51%? And I think a lot of that is the women who are here in the industry already being as vocal and open and out in the world as we can to show those little girls that there's a place for them here. So that's kind of a side passion project of mine. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, we've talked about this VC horizon 10 years, but I mentioned resources, oil and gas community into off-earth resources. So as we strategically plan to the diversification of oil and gas here in West Texas into space, something that called our attention was the private equity in the oil and gas industry. Very often is 50, 60, 100 years old. We're one of our input private equity members is the grandson of an oil and gas company founded in 1924, so coming on 100 years. So there is a community of investors and private equity, particularly those that extract natural resources on Earth, that has the vision, has the patience, and has the horizon of 20 years to develop, 20 years to mature, and then grow. So Megan, don't take this the wrong way. Venture capital is venture capital, but private equity in the resource technology development, utilization, and exploitation is alive and well, and not too far from here, just a couple of 100 miles west. So there is private equity with the horizon to enable technologies in the long term. That's my please keep working on those technologies.
So one thing that we're coming out to the 3/4 way in the panel, and what I would like to ask for the next part of it is specific recommendations that you guys would have to the ecosystem here that's present and has tremendous amounts of talent and resources that they can throw into this industry. How should they be thinking of approaching building technology either that's enabling or directly in space, for space, and also we have guests from a lot of large companies. We have guests from government. How should they be thinking about this? Because what's funny is just like there's going to be the equivalent of the Kodaks who say digital is just a fad, and get smashed right over the next 20 years because they don't pay attention. So who should be paying attention from traditional industries right now, perhaps? Maybe it should be Freeport-McMoRan. Maybe it should be Shell. But also, again, what recommendations or requests would you specifically make of the ecosystem? Whoever wants to jump in first.
I'll jump in first. So my perspective is this. Right now, the ecosystem has centers of gravity. So to borrow a pun here for a moment. So West Coast, East Coast, mainly Austin. There is enough room for 50 states and 4 territories to be involved in this up to their eyeballs. So there's plenty of opportunities out there. So engagement in your communities, engagement with your lawmakers, so that you know, pick a small state somewhere in the middle of the United States. They need to understand what we're trying to accomplish here with this current space race that we're involved with. This is not just a Colorado, Florida, California kind of thing. It is no kidding a whole of nation activity.
Yes.
And there's plenty of room out there for innovative companies to come along.
I'd piggyback on that to say, if I could ask everyone, find 3 more people to get into the space industry and not in the discipline that you're in. So at Deloitte today, we're trying to get a whole of firm approach to this. We need tax people, regulatory folks, human capital people, strategic messaging folks, marketing people. Like, I think people sometimes look at space and go, that's kind of a very bespoke one-off thing that I don't know if I have the qualifications for. Baloney, we need you. Everybody's got to get in this boat. So that would be my one ask.
As a Houstonian, I grew up in the oil and gas industry, and I tell people all the time, whatever skill set you have that's applicable to oil and gas is also applicable to the space industry.
That's great.
It is, and we need everybody right now. We have 19 companies in the portfolio. I sit on the board of directors of 8 of them, and I have board observer seats on 3 more companies. So I'm on a lot of board meetings for space startups, like more than I would.
I was going to say, sounds thrilling.
Yeah, but in every single one of those board meetings, the #1 problem I hear from the CEOs is hiring. They cannot find enough people to fill roles like accounting and marketing, and yes, engineering. Obviously, we need engineers, but we need all of those other things, just like any business does. And most people look at this industry and go, "Oh, I'm not a rocket scientist. There's no place for me here." It's not true at all. We need everybody that we can get right now. And if you want a job in the space industry, come talk to me afterwards, because I literally have 19 companies that want to hire you. Okay, so that's a really big problem. But I'd say beyond that, one of the things that you mentioned at the beginnings here, that there's so many launch companies, right? We're tracking 168 of them right now that are still alive. So for a long time, everybody was like, "Oh, let's launch, let's get to space," and then people are like, "Oh, Earth observation. Let's look at Earth from space." What I want everybody to be thinking about is turning those satellites around. Look up. What's next? And one of our investment thesis points that we're working on right now is what we call Beyond LEO, geosynchronous orbit, which is currently the most valuable place in the solar system. Nobody's going to geo. Why? It's literally the most valuable place in the whole solar system to be right now. And so that's the sort of stuff that I want to encourage everybody to start thinking about. Don't look down from Leo. Be in Leo and look up. What comes next?
Yeah, and I'll add, sorry.
Oh, no, go right
Ryan, what you said is, if I can leave you with one thought, and what keeps me up at night and some of our clients is the context. You can have all the technology, all the procedures, protocols to extract resources, to harness them, to bring them to use, but we have a context, a global context that, to paraphrase what Rocky said earlier, is not stable. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happens on Earth doesn't stay on Earth. What happens on Earth magnifies through space. And the volatility and the geopolitical context we all live in will not get better, nicer, all of a sudden friendly in space. Is only going to be, in my opinion, exaggerated or magnified in space. So if I can leave you with a thought, besides technology, product, and value, and return on investment, focus on the context that the solar system, the space resources fall in, and that context is evolving much slower than real technologies, and that's going to create friction points. So just leave you with that thought. Keep an eye on what's around the technology.
I'm going to do a shameless plug for something Megan and I worked on together, a State of the Space Industrial Base report produced by DIU, the Space Force, Air Force Research Lab, and a lot of the industrial base. Here's the key thing, right? So policy, you can't have new technology and innovation without new policy. Our policy is not agile, it needs to be. And policy, like diplomacy, takes time. I had a very senior general slap me on the back and say, "Hey, all that commercial technology is doing great work over in Ukraine." I said, "Yeah, but sir, the finest technology we have today, you know where it's at? It's in barns and warehouses. Why? Because it takes more than 2 years to get the license to put this current state-of-the-art of technology up on orbit, largely because of spectrum, other things. That is not being agile, and that is not what China does. So right now, if you just take a look at most of our critical technologies that we employ for national security, the average gestation time for those technologies is somewhere between 15 and 20 years. China, 8 years. Next year, 7 years. Why? Because they're doing real time learning and implementation in order to tighten their iterations on key technologies. We cannot have the America that we live in today for all posterity if China can out-iterate us at a ratio of 3 to 1 on all key technology areas. So I would say the most important thing that you do out of this conference is go inform people about space. Space is the answer to integrated deterrence for national security. But guess what? Space is also the answer to how we deal with climate change. Jeff Bezos says, hey, let's industrialize space and rezone Earth as residential use only. That's aspirational, but the thing is, we can't control the size of our population growth over time. What we can control is where that population lives. And so, long term, human settlement and off-world economics is really paramount. You could literally scoop chemically fractionated metal powders out of the lunar regolith at ratios that are 2 and 3 times higher than you'll find here on Earth. China knows that. China's whole plan with the moon is resources. And we're going to go there and we're going to do things, but we have to have sustainable, consistent space policy, space objectives, space industrial policy that keeps us going on a positive vector, and not, for most of my lifetime, most of our lifetime, it's really been kind of spastic. We stop, start, stop, start, 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 stop, stop, and it's like horrible. So do make sure that you inform everybody that you touch about what space represents in the future and how your company is contributing to it. And then if you have problems with the government, write us. I don't care if you're on contract with DIU or not. You write my team and say, we have a problem, and then what we'll do is we'll run interference for you, because that matters to us that much. And don't be afraid, you poked at Boeing, don't be afraid of interacting with the defense primes. They're changing their ways too, and they're starting to adopt and work more in an integrated manner with the commercial space sector, and many of them, including like Lockheed, actually have venture funds now. So that's really important. So this is going to be a whole nation, whole team effort, not an us be them.
And I would say, sir, China also doesn't have the FAR, right?
Oh yeah.
When I think about this
that's a bad Chinese plot.
Yeah. When I think about the single biggest risk to our national defense, it's the federal acquisition rules. So getting y'all's input and feeding back to the government about, hey, here's how we might be able to do this better and navigate. The FAR exists. There are a lot of good reasons the FAR exists, but if we were going to go faster and really be in this competitive environment with near peers like China, we have got to fix the FAR, and we need input from everyone to figure out how we do that better. Right?
Well, folks, we've covered a lot of ground, everything from workforce to looking at when we're going to down mass either ore or product via space resource capture. I'd like to close with a couple recommendations of my own. I tell my students to center yourself on orbit. As Megan referred to, not only looking down, but looking up, looking sideways, that's the communications layer, and then looking out to what's next. We heard that we need to be very vocal with the government about what our needs are as an ecosystem to enable us to accelerate where the government frankly can't, so that they can simply acquire what they need through a multi-tenant modality, multi-user modality for commercial services. And we also heard a lot about the opportunities not only at the PhD level, but at the technician level. And how this is relevant to all 50 states and 4 territories, and we need that entire workforce to be part of it. So once again, I'd like to thank the panel, thank Capital Factory and Deloitte for hosting and sponsoring this. And thank you all for attending.
Before we break for lunch, I would like to mention that VIP lunch is happening across the way. Otherwise, lunch also is happening downstairs as well. Thank you again, Deloitte, and we'll be back here at 1 p.m. for the next space economy.
Yeah, I love that.
I also wanted to show you, I forget who made the comment.
Yeah, it's rocket stick. Can I get that stick? Where did you get that stick?
I got it at IAC.
I want that for my laptop.
I love that you're teaching a class.
I'm gonna get you the info.
Yeah,
My backpack's around. I have the flyer.
I do.
I even in the class.
Gotta go down and get it. I'll be right back.
You need a guest speaker or anything I need to help. I would absolutely love to.
I need to grab this photo real quick so everybody else can see y'all.
Hey, you were a two
Y'all gotta wait till y'all get a photo of it.
Sure, that's right. Was it blackjack, right? 19 to 2.
Were you here yesterday? Oh, hey.
Okay. Give me just a second. We're doing a group photo.
All right. Squeeze in here. Family picture.
Show everybody some love. All right, you ready? 1, 2.
Say space.
1, 2, 3, space. All right, thank you.
Sorry, man.
Everywhere we can get. Yes, that's what it is. It's on our website, spacefund.com. And we have databases. We're going through every one of our investment sectors of interest and cataloging every company that exists and we rate them on how real they are. So these are Space Fund reality ratings. And there's 168 launched companies listed and they're rated on a scale of 0 to 9 just on how real they are. So all the different sectors of interest. So we've got satellite services database. We've got a bunch of them up there. So yeah, spacefund.com. Give me all your money. I'm not joking, really. I need all the money I can get. That's all this industry skills. When we work first. That's how we got the name. So we have draft
Here's my card.
I love it. I do love your shirt. I absolutely love it. So I have a podcast where I interview women in the space industry in the hopes of getting more women to join us. It's on all your favorite podcasting platforms. It's on Apple, whatever. You might have heard
Everybody
that we're surprised that this every chair was filled.
So where are you? You're working a great story. General, thank you for
my brother's already here for
Depending on all summer, I'm surprised they were ready to do the hall. Nonetheless, the space that we for ourselves exactly established, making that connection to the key officer on the Pentagon So when you go over, I have so many
Fifth generation native Minnesota. So it's like in my blood. My blood is oil, you know what I mean? Oh, hey! Your blood is space. Your blood, you have to
Enrique, good to finally meet you in person.
We just, yes, shoot me an email. I'd love to know how I can help them.
Explain about how my company is doing.
I go between Houston, Austin, and Las Vegas, so I kind of triangulate, so you never know where, and then I travel, so you never know where I'm going to be, but I'm in Houston often enough that we can maybe have a conversation.
Nice. I'll send you an email.
Just in case something
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think I've ever done
My wife says, you were never here anyway. They call it Garnigan. Ryan Garnigan Robinson.
Yeah, so right back here on the left is we're also looking into
back then it seemed like the first race across the track.
so that's my good. At some point, I think about traditional orientation.
So just as a position that's around winter part of the day,
That's why we have the center of
So like 10 million and below is the level, like $100 million above software.
what's his name?
Understanding where you
But like in McCarthy, I think he's
provider, meaning that you're not parting with something like Lido, something like that. People make it contract already. Circumvent those guys and you're always that's a high hurdle that you're continuing to be able to demonstrate a lot of business practices. That's but it's understanding where
we're all in this space, but and slowly started figuring out.
I know a lot of the red light. Some half of them are in space.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is like I suspect that part of the red light deal is yes, I can start another race.
You could be on the beach.
We're doing my course now that's at so I will then with LinkedIn and if I have somebody look at my course make it I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a car. Sorry to interrupt.
It's really, we renovated the outside. The inside is very 20%. She should be
I'll connect with
How's it going? Good Shabro from Maury Blind Sciences. I was looking, we're already connected. I'm sitting here, but I should have known in the hat. Let me give you my card anyways. Phenomenal panel. I really loved it.
The level of to me, is that maybe as you're in this lane, kind of think about participating in space. Whereas I feel like the Army orients itself primarily as customers.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But I wonder if that attitude will change.
It has to. It has to. It has to be a big change because even sometimes the Army doesn't even do a great job of recognizing itself as even a customer.
Yeah.
Well, and I tell them all the time. I tell them all the time. I said, you realize that BCT 5,000 pieces of equipment required on space-based capabilities. And if anything we've seen from Russia, Ukraine is we can't be relying on what will be joint. There's going to have to be some expeditionary and some organic capabilities that you have to rely on that'll be space-based.
unless you
You can't just say, the Air Force and Space Force has it, Navy's got it, we'll just, we'll kind of latch on. There's too much. Yeah, and especially like, our whole operating concept now is multi-domain operations, which, sounds good on paper, but the truth is, the Army has to recognize it's a 3D battle space. Not just airspace, but what's happening in space too. Massive implications for
you got cyber,
specialized analysis.
it's just brutal. When you think of when you look at the n-dimensional attack surfaces, it's just like holy shit.
Yeah, and that's I thought it was a great point by Ryan too, talking about as well with the cyber aspect, because every time I go to anything counter space with the Army or defense of space, they say, we're worried about this ASAT, high, ascension, direct ascent missiles, and I'm like, I get it, I do. I said, their problem, I was like, I'm worried about everything that China's putting up in orbit that can now air gap to be able to cyber attack on my systems. That's what I'm worried about, because honestly, I still think it's less likely to get that kinetic attack on the satellite, because they don't want to hit it and then cause the knock-on effect in space to then take out potentially other commercial satellites that they don't want to upset internationally.
It's just not their style. Right? They've shown in different ways, that they prefer
cyber and
disruptive asymmetric attacks.
To me, it's a smart play anyway. It's people we don't say it too, because it might keep us below the threshold. Because how do you? It's much easier to say, "We shot down a satellite. We're going to go after China."
So this is something like Craig Miller advised directly addressing government to provide that. They provide a lot of stuff that are use on the ground. Critical costs and all that. And he's kind of now at the point where he's pushing on policy and saying we need a doctrine, because when our satellite gets in cyberspace, the government needs to respond.
Yeah, how are we going to respond, and in what scope?
Yes, that's right. And,
sorry, I'm going to
grab it needs to be
real quick.
Of course. I'm just going to go to that stuff.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. Hi, sir. How you doing? Luke Chabro. I work on a program called Army Nat Scientist. It's like Luke. Sorry. As Deputy Director for the Army Nat Scientist Initiative. So we kind of help the Army look at the future operational environment, and we do that through working with industry and tech, and academia, but also other government and military entities. So right now we have a podcast called Emergency and then here is our info card. And then we have our mini poster here too. Just giving you more stuff to carry around. With our podcast, one of the things we're working on right now is a series on space. We're kind of looking at where the U.S. and government and DoD is really starting to reinvigorate in terms of space. Pretty much everything that you and General Tao were talking about as well. If you have time, we would love to have you on the podcast. It would just be about 30 minutes of recording via Zoom. But if you have an XO or AID you want me to get in contact with, we can do that too.
As a reservist, I don't know
but
nonetheless, let me give you my, this is my personal form, so just reach out to me.
Awesome, sir.
On Gmail, and we'll start working something.
Fantastic. We would love to have you on. Where are you based out, sir?
So, I live in Georgia. Okay. But my military office is in Connecticut.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Yeah.
Very good, sir.
So, is that where you are? Is it,
no, actually, I'm in Southeast Virginia down at Fort Eustis. So, I work at Fort Eustis and live over in Chesapeake. So.
Yeah, I used to live down in Suffolk.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah.
So years ago, I was there on the when Joint Forces Command was still around.
Yep, Jeff Tom.
Next there at the not the JRB, the Monitor Merriman.
Yep, I drive by it every day. So because I live on the south side and go over to Eustis. But I still do a lot of work with the Joint Staff J7 over there.
Yeah, J7's still there.
Yeah, so still some side. I wish Jeff Tom was there because I would happily work there. It'd be a lot closer for me. But but I really appreciate it. And, you did phenomenal on the panel. Loved it, and hopefully we can talk soon. But
Awesome. Yeah.
I'll let you grab some lunch.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Let's talk about that because there's a couple of underlying ideas. Basically, what we wanted to do was to operators 30% and someone that's 30%. And also looking up at what I suggested several years ago, and frankly, for some unfortunately, our nation didn't have the courage to start the task of setting fires about this. It's just
This is where if you guys money to only invest in one thing, here's the space to invest in because this is going to transform and get us faster. I got an idea on mine, but I just wanted to.
She's exactly right. Spaces that are designed to look for certain things, they throw away other things. They don't fit like a program. we're designed for certain things, at a certain range, but our waves propagate out. But we throw away the kind of data because the system is not processing. So getting access to it. Kind of still coming into sacrifice radiation, so getting away from a
we were saying we don't actually have music. Geo's financial services. We can connect you don't walk around like this for software, we're growing food,
what we still have not is the fact that you're rising in depth more software defined. So there's also so when you turn on your I think we need to companies like Leap and SpaceX, Apple and SpaceX are working on at least a very low data rate direct satellite transmission to smartphones. So how do we do that at a little bigger scale? So again, the vision of the team that's out, and they've got something that's, smartphone-ish size, but it is running at a type of bandwidth that's a little more friendly for passive imagery or robust comms or whatever. But it's the software and the network are managing all the comms. We use it as a carrier system over UHF or the network is doing that on their behalf. Who you are, because of mission planning where you are, you've got certain mission parameters that are designed into your access at any moment in time. So that's kind of on the
where the typical
current rockets are actually is so it's kerosene oil. So kerosene is carbon fuel, it's oil fuel. How we're finding it. So more that thing. Mine methane out of the atmosphere of Mars. But chemical rockets is a technology. The last big iteration to go on the rocket side is getting back to liquid oxygen. Artemis done big, it's trying to go back to the moon. But liquid hydrogen is really it leaks like crazy because it's one proton, one neutron big, so it can see through all kinds of cracks really easily. But liquid oxygen and hydrogen are the highest performing chemical technology. So running off of carbon-based fuels that are very simple, very effective, and they're paying me right now.
I'm very happy. Venus will be the second one.
They're doing
I was introducing the discussion and everyone was taking space and go do stuff. more there. Instead of having to ship all kinds of materials on the stage, but I could create a space screen to 3 cables coming down and pull stuff up just like from orbit. Now I've got something that I can lower drastically to sync and pull the thing up.
Yeah, so there are concepts out there for space elevators. And that's basically the cable
Really, it's the best. You can have stuff all, like, all my Space Cowboy stuff is on one desktop, and then I have one for school, and then for FSN.
So, and I'm not a scientist, but that's the simplified version.
Yay, there you are.
Both the space elevator and just lets cowboy really long.
It's an anime whose tagline is Space Cowboy.
Yeah.
Never heard of it. I need to get familiar.
Cowboy Bebop. Yeah. They even have it on Netflix too. It's on.
I'm well.
Good to see you.
Nice to finally meet you face to face.
It's a cartoon version.
You know, I think that this lab, I posted about that. I think maybe we talked about where we were like,
Text messages.
how is the drive? Just because there's a lot of, and you can see the participation is non-existent. You don't know where the slack is. You know, you can do like instant.
Hey, good. Luther Jones.
What is it?
Luther Jones.
Nice to meet you, Sassy Duggleby. So I told you.
Doing well? Good?
Yeah.
Rock and roll?
Here, made it, got the kids to school this morning, hopped in my car and drove over to Houston, so had to drive in this morning.
I'm glad you made it. It's great. I didn't know if you interested in the green room. We have a green room. Stuff down.
Yeah, I can put my stuff down and.
Okay.
Sure.
If you like.
Yeah, I don't mind setting it somewhere.
I just need, all I need to do is ask, ask Giancarlo Newsom. Because really, we're kind of like wrapped in with the Center for Defense Innovation.
So that's what I was thinking, that would be.
Yep, that's like the first thing that I did when I got here.
Right.
And so yeah, that's how I got involved with Fed Supernova.
Oh, I see.
It's going 70,000 miles an hour.
But it's 70,000 miles an hour.
I'm hosting or I'm moderating the panel.
Right, but I mean, for the board to sit down and for the Space Force Association and talk about it, it's really interesting.
No, so once you get up to geostationary, its motion is the same angular velocity.
I mean, this is without even
Without
yet
that
targeting,
much.
right, it's just for me talking and saying, here, we're doing this.
Right. So 22,300 miles away, speaking of, you can park there, you're relevant for the very first time. Of course, it's really kind of around space, but I need to talk to you also about investment, because you're getting to a point where you're certainly countries, the beginning of this. I'm starting to just for this. People on Earth want to even know what I'm doing.
Well, so remember too, that for the association, one of the focuses I would like for us to have is actually get the thing is that people are kind of so usually there's almost like reservations.
Yeah, I'll tell you,
Claire.
Nice
to meet you. But because we are here for association, we are, I like to, and that's why I signed up. Because you can say Spanish to where investors are comfortable. And I know it sounds silly to say that because it's like, let's make investors comfortable and we
You end up going to the speaker's room.
Yes,
right
yes,
here.
okay, sounds good. So, I think that it will help. And then again, it will help not just to our startup, but it allows us to be able to also demonstrate and have access to them to the things that we are working on.
Absolutely.
Right, so it's, and
That's
it's
a
not,
huge part, and I also want to get students involved.
Hear about is that we will know who's deploying, who's not deploying, what they're doing, what they're showing. It's kind of like, in order to,
in mass of the
I don't want to go and talk to all the investors because they say investment phase, so do they even have capital to do it? Or have they already closed the fund and they're preparing for the next fund formation? Because if they are, it's gonna be 6 months.
I need to like sit with you for a whole afternoon.
We will, so, but that's why I was saying that maybe if we can start having something here, you know, because we can even do like a workshop or a resource association workshop for investors, how to invest in space. Because we want to,
Such an awesome
we
idea.
want to convert traditional investors, we want like silver money to come and put a water in space, and they can't do that with us because we are supported by Space Force.
Yeah.
And then we know what Space Force wants, we know what solutions are needed.
Well,
So we
they've
can-
asked us to basically go out there and recruit people, you know,
Right.
get across the board,
Right,
everything.
right. So, but, awesome, so I'll start a chat, so that way we can.
Okay, do you have everybody's number?
I don't, because I
Okay.
asked that nobody posted.
I think I've got everybody's number
Okay,
that is
yeah.
participating right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
So
Well, we
I'll
have-
send you.
Right now, it's just the board, right?
Yeah.
We don't have a- But I also would like to.
Yes, yes, yes.
So for example, I'm launching Space Rising. Space Rising is, investor relations and investment, and then space companies, and do these companies don't know how to raise money, like job because they don't know
That's
how
me.
to participate in
Irina,
venture.
you're talking to one.
Yeah.
I need help with that.
And that's the thing, is that it's just, you have to know how to participate in VC, and it's hard if you don't know, and so, but Space Rising wants to sponsor Space Force Association Texas because we're incorporating here, and whatever. So we need to know, we need to like, go, because remember too, while all this growth cycle is happening, so we need to make sure that whatever growth opportunities are coming in right now, we can stack it up. And so when all the reconciliations start happening, at least we can ensure that we build a pretty strong foundation,
Yeah.
and then we can continue building on those opportunities for the next growth cycle. Right, so, and ideally, for example, with your company, you wanna be able to time it in right.
Yes.
If you don't get capital at the right time, you have to wait 6 more months before you can.
Right.
And you do that 2-3 times, 18 months later, you're burned out, and you're like, I hate all of it. You know, the stupid investors, but they might not be stupid, there might be, most likely, it's just a mistake. So, but anyway.
Oh, I need your help. I need,
Yeah.
and maybe even your investment. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm new. I am with New Chip Accelerator, so I mean that's a plus. I've
Yeah.
learned a lot
Yeah.
through them,
Yeah.
but I'm still, building my roster of potential investors.
Yeah, and that's a very smart thing to do.
I'm talking to lots of people.
Yeah.
I just met Megan for the very
Yeah,
first
just
time.
make
this
sure
morning.
so I recommend when you meet people, ask, basically, are you deploying? Are you deploying? You have to ask if you're deploying, because if they're not deploying, then
You're wasting time.
wasting your time. Now, they can go into your funnel.
See, I didn't even know
for the
that
next
word, so
run.
now that you
So
said deploying, now
next-
it's in my mind.
You know, and if they say, what do you mean by deploying? Then you know they're not sophisticated investor, they don't know what that means, which is okay. So, but then you can find.
Because they always, I've heard, many investors, are you raising funds?
Yeah, right.
And I say, I'm not yet,
Yeah.
but I'm almost gonna start. I'm
So
close.
a good thing to say is that I'm preparing right now, so instead of not yet,
Yeah.
I'm
prepping, yeah.
but I'm not in an active fundraising process right now. I'm building up my awareness.
And how do I do that and stay within the rules? Because I know there's, depending on Reg D or Reg CF or whatever regulation you're raising funds under, some of them you can go public But I think if you're just talking
If
one-on-ones,
you're
doesn't,
an-
that
So
doesn't.
if you're an entrepreneur and it's your company, you can say that we are in a capital raising phase.
Mhm.
You can't sell for somebody else.
Yeah.
And you can't be, you buy this, you know, but
Right.
you can always say that we're not, and then one-on-one too,
Mhm.
as an entrepreneur, you can always say, but you don't wanna say, you wanna say yes. So it takes 6 months to raise capital. It's just that. So from the time you start to the time you want to close, it takes 6 months.
Okay, so then I need to be started
Yeah.
right now.
So, right, so if we were planning correct, we would actually start on September 1st. Because then we would
Quarters.
already, right, because by the 1 week before Thanksgiving, everything ceases, all capital ceases, and then things will start. But it could allow you to find foundation, so it's okay, because you're not planning to close this. There's no way you're gonna close it.
Yes, yeah.
No.
I basically have
Even if you
been
really
kind of
don't-
saying first quarter
Yeah.
23, which I think is kind of realistic, but it's
So
probably
I
still
would
pushing
say-
it.
I would say that, say 6 months, let's call it from October 1st. Okay, so you're giving yourself then all the way to April, which is nice, you know, it's nice, because like December and November is dead.
Yeah, forget
basically.
it.
So, you know, first quarter, the first part of the year, I think is a good one, because people say quarter and then they cut off, and then if you go on the other side of corner, then you fail. You know, messaging matters a lot,
Yeah,
but-
absolutely. First part of the year.
Yeah, if you, so right now, your goal is to just collect the information and learn about the investor.
Yeah.
So you can, we're still working on.
I've got a list.
Perfect.
Maybe I could go over that with you and you
Yeah,
could
yeah.
inform me. I mean,
Yeah.
you probably know.
And you
this.
can learn about it too, because, you know, in the beginning, I'll do a lot
where
of
do you-
work for Space Force Association, but eventually we're gonna need other people to know.
Yeah.
So
So do you use Crunchbase or PitchBook or something like that to find out who's deploying and what time, or do you
No,
just do that by
Yeah, you have to.
personal?
Yeah, investor, that's the investor relations.
Mhm.
I mean, you can find out, but before you go cold calling.
Yeah.
So cold calling is a part of the strategy. You need to have very hot and warm leads, basically, just like with anything else. And so when you're with an investor, when you're talking, say, I am through the process right now, I'm spending about half time connecting and learning, you know, and preparing. First week of January is when I'll be ready to actually, you know, when we start our official fundraising. The reason that works really good, instead of not now, but a little later, I am on the process right now, but it's the relationship building process
Yes.
right now. So that way I can focus. First week of January, and with my, because it's all about how you present it, right? With my prediction is that by March and April we will close the round, right? And it depends if you're doing round or if you're doing angel, if you're doing safe, because the language changes then. Because if you're doing safe, you can raise right now.
Right.
You don't need to close the round. You know, if you're doing angel, you can accept angel checks.
I don't, I think the route that I'm going is convertible.
Yeah.
A regular convertible
Yeah.
fundraise.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
So safe.
looking
Right?
at. Safe or convertible note.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's the same.
Just divide by your hourly.
How do you
So,
go?
anyway.
Hi.
How are you?
Well,
I gotta
how's
go
the
catch up
drive?
with,
You know, it was a drive.
I'll go catch up.
Yeah.
Please send me
The numbers.
yeah, so that way we can get the conversation.
Okay.
And then maybe we could do something before New World, so we can be like a united front, because there will be a lot of people, we can put them into our investor funnel, entrepreneur funnel,
Yes.
whatever, advisor funnel. We need to have a resource list, so when we can
Someone
provide
comes
for
in, right,
everyone.
we're providing a service or
Yeah,
a
your
value.
company, your sponsorship, you know, if it's a sponsorship
Your
of
student.
XYZ. Right, if you're a student, we can put you in, and then we can have resources for, you know, either internship or basic work, or maybe it's just learning. You know, maybe there's some kind of like education, or there's a lot of organizations, but we need to build those up. So if we could do that, before New Worlds, that would be really good, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that we can maybe do, like, if everybody can get together, just maybe like some people can, and we can just bam, 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 bam. But I think it needs to be in person, and then ideally here.
Okay.
You know, because tell you the truth, my kids doesn't really work for me so much.
Oh, I mean, up at the,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
car?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, and I think for people too, we want to be able to, if we get momentum, for people to start being here, and then, you know, get that, because we can have a turnout if we just turnout for our event. No problem, because if we have a list of investors, and we do, and we do. So good, yeah, so nice to meet you.
Thanks, Serena.
We've got full persons, we're gonna literally say we got Debbie at Spaceport.
So great, good grade here.
We're good to go. And now we're moving to.
So I just said, yep.
As long as this stays alive.
I don't know if we can.
I've got plugged in, we're all set.
Yeah.
We got plugged in into a charger just to make sure. So yeah, this first video will play, it's gonna go over the loudspeakers.
That is not public.
That's awesome.
It'll swipe twice, we get to the next page.
You get it.
Swipe twice.
So, yeah, so we're.
And that's gonna give us
It's just,
each one of
it
those.
is busy, congressional stuff.
So
I tried to do it,
it's,
I tried to do it the cleaner way, where we didn't have to have the desktops in between, but it won't bring it up.
Playing the local game and.
Yeah.
This is all I'm being paid for today.
Our Venus, we're painting a big ass moon on it,
Earth,
but
Space
It's
Force,
Space Force,
Venus,
Venus,
Flame range,
Umbra.
we take possession
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Wow.
Venus,
So,
Umbra, and then
done. So we won't
lastly,
be driving
Are we
out
doing
into
mics?
the back
Yeah.
What's that?
Are we doing mics?
No. Are you Gabe?
I am.
I'm joking.
That'll be nice.
Yeah, that's
I'm
been.
glad, man. I don't know, I haven't gotten your response or anything back.
Oh, wait, did you
I
email me?
messaged you just, I messaged you just,
I'm in my cell phone.
texted you, yeah.
My favorite, favorite note, because I can never find.
Oh, yeah.
that video.
Oh,
I just did, I'm sure.
I'm on a roll.
Favorite.
No, I got nothing.
Oh, wow. Doesn't matter, you're here.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean anything. So, no mics, it's
mics.
small enough.
I also didn't read anything, but we're just talking about the Texas space economy.
Yep, yep. First thing I'm gonna ask is kind of like, why Texas? Both you and Sassy moved from California.
Yeah, okay.
So.
But
I mean,
she's got an excuse. She's from Dallas.
True, but she didn't have to set up here. Two Fish even moved here, but it was because of the job, of course. But and David moved here from Scotland, but that was 20 years ago. So but everybody came here. So the first kind of question was, why Texas?
That's cool as shit.
And then
That's cool as shit.
Moving on from there, I want to kind of
That's
focus in
awesome.
on the startup culture here, and the question is, Austin's kind of well known for the startup culture. It's got the keep Austin weird. I've kind of a vibe here. Why is that?
So little about startup culture.
Why is that?
We're so late.
Oh well.
Make money.
Yeah, you feel like the money. I mean, that's a good answer. I feel like somebody sees.
There, how you doing?
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for all your help.
I didn't do anything. I just
Sassy and getting her
bought some drinks for people and medium term.
Of course.
Oh, okay.
We're good buddies. In
I'm-
fact,
I'm-
John Paul, nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you. Is it Sarah? Sorry.
She's kind of built her
Will you
company.
be the keeper of my laptop?
Yeah,
Or are you
I'll
sitting-
watch it for you. That's like an honor.
He's a Navy guy.
She's gonna be like
Yeah.
in the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. I got to carry her back.
There you go.
And then so that
You
was
too. You're gonna be all. You'll have like your bronze bust
Dr. Alexander.
at like the Udall Ozzie Center or at the Air Force Academy museum or something.
By Space Institute.
Sure.
I don't know. How you doing?
They were like, you
Did
can
you-
leave your bag at 3 here.
Did you hear the news? I'm not with Jamie
I
anymore.
think that's what we're gonna get to. So one of the things that
I'm going to City
what
Group.
is, not necessarily what it's got right.
Yeah,
but
I
what are
know.
the-
I'm surprised
what are
they
the
haven't
things we
told
need
you
to fix
this.
to bring more.
I'm not.
You're not in
I
that
am.
part.
Heavy
I'm
days.
sure they told Eric.
Like
I am.
Colorado,
Yeah.
Florida's, California's, with this Texas need to change to actually make our space economy attractive, even more.
The timing was really odd
I think that's what we're
because
gonna get to at the end.
We have Elon.
I only have regional coverage. Too bad he's not on the panel.
You're doing way better than me.
But
I hear myself talk all the time.
but that's where we're gonna get to, and then once we kind of finish that,
Want to go to all the
take
panels,
a
all the conferences?
it's almost 45 minutes.
Big promotion.
I think it's gonna fly by
Twice
pretty
as
good.
much. So I came from
Most of
City.
those I do are
I was in their energy
short.
group.
They're like 30 minutes. They
And
want like
I
one.
just kind of
So I preloaded everybody's
JP Morgan
videos, kind of, so
and I'm
we'll
like,
just kind of go one by one
do it.
So
and
your
watch
aerospace
the
focus
videos.
for City Group?
Disruptive industrials.
I got the 2-minute
specialist
version.
Okay.
Sweet, man.
So,
That's a good one.
but,
Casey texted me.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's really exciting,
Yeah, me too.
and I'm super happy for you guys. I mean,
Is there a satellite in it? Is there a satellite?
You know.
That's good.
Sometimes I'll have to sit down to hear about that process.
Same year with
what you
actual
guys did with
satellites.
Steve and everything, like, to deliver this in the market.
I'm doubling
Yeah,
the
it's not the time to
satellites
go
in.
do it.
It is. It was super tough. You know.
It's fantastic.
Double the size.
So you got.
Assuming nothing is.
Hi, going, sir.
Who else we missing?
Well, we got everybody.
Everybody here?
Yep, everybody's here.
Sweet.
What's Texas without you?
Got anything else? I know you set on the slides.
Yep.
So we're rocking and rolling.
I've been
We're ready to go.
Go by, I'm trying to talk to you. Okay, so big picture, because we're not giving you, so the thing Will's talking about.
Make sure you get a good angle. Get that angle.
Well, I mean, you're going down or going up to get a good angle.
Trouble is, that's
Always for the brand.
Okay, I'll just go like.
Oh, this is the right sheet.
Running out of time.
So this is a huge thing, and then
But
he's saying
Ellen's probably good.
Four inches shorter than you. He's Will.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
You would have been
I'll figure
a
out something.
AC-130 pilot. I don't know if you could have been a.
So we'll leave here.
F-22 pilot like this.
No.
What do you fit in a Soyuz?
The whole, it's like.
6'3". The biggest guy is Polonez William. He is 6 foot. He's 3'4". But he.
Yeah, master's
That's how
fictitious.
Andrew really was looking at it on zero point in his life, and he's 6'4", and
Yeah.
it's like, can I fit, like, what I.
Not in this one.
I did visit the Hera, and it's like 2 floors and stuff. I can fit any of us. You built me a spacesuit.
Oh yeah. Well, the new ones, they're like the XEMU is supposed to be 95% metric, so you're
Mass has.
We got plenty. We got one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Will this be the GHP Aerospace representation at the Paris Air Show?
We're not going anywhere.
You're the chairman.
Oh, yeah.
You can kick their
30 seconds
ass
to awesome and land on the moon.
Put it together.
Although we should have a lot of.
And even from that, this
We're just pulled in a really great, like, we got.
you know what, we need to start going up to
You know, City, there was a guy, I'm not trying me to say America, Larry Moore. Yes.
Yeah.
He was
I'm gonna send it to my friend, Eliza Eubank, at CSR there, but she's more CSR rather than green bond financing. So like, here's what I'll send it to my buddy at JP Morgan that does green bonds.
Where are we supposed to
Even
sit,
though I don't
Joe?
work with them anymore.
Right here.
Right here, are we in a?
Because
anywhere?
Get them
Let's
off
go.
like, we
Let's
need
go.
to have a
Sassy,
formalized
then Gabe, then Two Fish, then David.
you know,
You're gonna put the giant on the end.
right?
Giant
That
on
would
the
be-
end.
I definitely.
And they're
think
gonna
so.
show video, so.
Do you have that video from
I do.
mine?
Yeah,
All right, doctor.
I'm gonna do the shorter one.
The shorter one.
There was a 4 minute and a 1 minute, so I'm doing. Didn't show the 4 minute.
Let me see which one. The one where Kennedy talks?
Yes.
That's the one?
Hey,
Yeah.
Two Fish.
I don't know what it is.
Hey, Two Fish.
No, there's.
We sent a 4 minute and a 1 minute, so maybe it was us.
We got the 1 minute too.
Okay.
All right.
It's like the hype video.
Hype video,
Yeah.
all right.
It's a hype video. It's got Kennedy talking.
We'll have like.
He says Houston and he says Texas.
Are you showing like the Top Gun Dark Star video? Scene?
I don't know what, no. That's the perfect story for us though, because you know.
You
he
gotta
melts it,
mention
right?
the Dark Star
He-
and like how
Mavericks thing was all shit, but you got the better
Well,
version.
he has to fly so low, then he melts his vehicle. He's got a rocket engine, go high. It's the perfect Venus story for Venus. Maverick melting his plane helps our pitch.
Has it?
Oh yeah. Although he did try to get a Mach 10.3, never on a Mach 9 because the shuttle actually came back in comms.
That's why you're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Well, you saw it.
Exactly. Maverick's the perfect story.
That's for real stuff. That would work.
What he was doing?
But it makes a good story. And it's Maverick.
And it's perfect for Venus. So
Absolutely.
So it's why it's like he melted because they had to fly so low to be an air breather to get oxygen. We don't need that oxygen thing. It's overrated. Carry air around.
Nobody needs oxygen.
So, did you ever work with Christina? Coke or Coke?
No, but I want to send the very
She's like your surf lady.
Is she really?
You want to send the very
She's badass. She's super. Their
Is this-
class.
oh, this is-
they had a
this is
really good class.
Yeah, so they came on we did a tour and she was on the tour for Venus and she towards Director Wise.
Yeah, she's
After she
working
came
for the
through,
director now.
She came through, like, gosh, she looks familiar. So like, you know, go with Christina and NASA.
How was the appointment clock?
She said she loved surfing.
My little
So
breakfast
I know
went
she
to
does.
go long.
So I peeled the stamp gunners and I was like, Sam, this is a stretch, but like I was looking for
I decided to go
like,
do another
hiking back
twisty
from
route.
surfing, cowboarding, like all things that I like.
Well, yeah, I see
don't know if
Megan
any
all the
women
time, and
in
I'll
Houston
see
that like that stuff. I was like, I would love to surf Galveston. Because I did a bunch of surfing.
I caught with Jeff.
I was like, you should get some wonders that never surfed.
The VC.
Oh, and then she.
He connected it. He
I
connected
gave
her
some.
to me, and she's like, yeah, sure. So she said, we were down in Galveston like over Labor Day, and I pinged her, and I was like, hey, we're in Galveston. She's like, actually, the surf is really supposed to be great today.
Does he want to do like a song?
Surf side.
Well, next time he's here, say hello back. She's great.
Yeah, no, we had a great time. I stopped by her house to change clothes because my family's already back downtown.
He's trying to
And
like.
she was telling me that it's like they have a big pool
Because
table in the dining room.
you're gonna be like.
She said, I left for Russia. I haven't even launched yet. And my husband was like, we don't need this dining room table. I put a pool table there.
Nice.
Got rid of it.
Nice.
Got rid of the dining room table. I put a pool table, and she's like, and I got back, and it's never changed.
Who needs a big
Who needs a dining table?
You don't need a big dining
Did you sleep well last night?
You look much less.
You guys partying all night?
Hey, we were on 6th Street. Literally.
6th Street party
I
night?
haven't been in 6th Street since I was like 22.
Oh,
No, I take it back. I came back to Snapchat party at like when I was 25.
Jake's got us in a loft that apparently markets itself to like bachelor parties. Right on 6th Street, it's like a loft. And it's like on a ship. You don't, there are no doors. But no noise, sound, deadening at all.
It's overrated.
They're all here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
That's a good article.
Where'd you guys go?
Yeah, I saw that. Are you getting in your car immediately after that?
I went back to
I've got my babysitter set up to stay through. So I can stay as long as I told the office I was out for the day, so.
just like this guy.
And one of the girls that like the college trans has a weird class.
You're right now.
We're gonna meet up.
Why would you put me in the middle?
Most important in the middle game.
I don't think so.
Gabe, I don't think we've ever met.
Okay.
Jack Fisher, nice to
Very
meet
nice to meet you. Hi, Gabe. Very nice to meet you.
So we're going to go ahead and get started, everybody. Thank you for being here. Before we begin, I would like to thank Deloitte for sponsoring today's track and making this all possible. In our last session, we talked about space, the new oil, and the similarities of the oil rush that occurred 100 years ago that we are experiencing today in the space industry. There is enormous space investment momentum occurring here in Texas. To introduce you to this discussion, it is my distinct privilege to introduce you to Joe Guzman, who will moderate the session entitled Texas Space Economy Ready for Launch. Joe is not only a space industry startup founder and CEO, at Rock Drill Research. He has led the establishment of the U.S. Space Force Association as the regional VP of the region covering Texas that just recently had their kickoff meeting a few months ago. Joe, welcome back. Feel free to kick things off.
Thanks very much. I appreciate everybody being here once again. Thanks to Brent and Deloitte Space for getting behind our space track here during Fed Supernova. And thanks to the Capital Factory for its generous support of the U.S. Space Force Association, allowing us to get together and really bring Austin and the greater Texas space ecosystem together to support space as we move forward and support the Space Force and the Guardians that serve there. I've got a short video of the Space Force Association for those who haven't seen it, and I'll like to run that first. Sound? Yeah, I know.
40 years, space has remained an uncontested domain. Potential adversaries have developed systems to contest U.S. space superiority.
Breaking news, the Pentagon.
The world's largest emergency attack.
The Lord's getting everything from the United States.
The United States Space Force was established to defend our way of life. Kinetic threats to U.S. satellites can be denied through non-kinetic means. The SFA mission is to achieve superior national space power by helping to shape a strong space force. Whether by land, sea, or air, military dominance is always won by command of the highest ground. SFA works with industry partners such as Sierra Nevada Corporation and their Dream Chaser program to examine what's in the art of possible for future capabilities. The Space Force Association provides an opportunity to research, inform, and advocate for a strong Space Force. Show your support by signing up today at ussfa.org, catalyzing space power at home and on the frontier.
Thanks, Corinne. And for those of you who haven't been introduced to what Space Force's mission is, that kind of captured it pretty well right there. And that was released earlier this year. So I was actually stationed in Omaha, Nebraska at Strategic Command Headquarters when I retired 2 years ago and joined the Space Force Association almost immediately after it was founded by Bill Wolf, who's a retired space operations officer from the U.S. Air Force. And I just thought it was very important to get an organization together, just like other services have. The U.S. Army has AUSA, Air Force has AFA, et cetera, et cetera. But there is a need for an organization to muster support from outside of the service that gives that kind of support, and we've been very fortunate here in Austin, have a warm welcome with the folks here, and also down in Houston and San Antonio to come together and create a chapter here in Texas, and we're excited to get that off the ground. And thanks very much again to the Capital Factory for sponsoring us as we meet here on a quarterly basis. But thanks again to everybody. I'd like to introduce the panel real quick. We've got the founder and CEO of Venus Aerospace, Sassy Duggleby, and she's in from Houston this morning, so thank you very much for being here. Gabe Dominicello, founders and CEO?
CSO. Janitor was taken, so it's
and CSO of Umbra, which is doing commercial SAR collection from Leo. And then we have Jack Two Fish Fisher from Intuitive Machines, and of course they're engaged in the exciting mission of going to the moon and actually bringing some gear along with. So that's super exciting.
And then last but not least, a giant in the industry here in Texas, no pun intended. He's a global Scot. I learned what a global Scot was, but we're happy to have Dr. David Alexander here, in from Rice University Space Institute, and also on the board for Spaceport Houston. And thank you, sir, for being here. And I'll give you just a second to introduce yourself, and we have your video teed up for whenever you're ready.
Sure. Yeah, so again, Sassy Dougleby, CEO and co-founder of Venus Aerospace, and we are building hypersonic vehicles, so drones and full-scale space planes, to enable 1-hour global missions. So our ultimate goal is to have a passenger aircraft that could fly Houston to London in an hour, or San Francisco to Tokyo in an hour. I guess it sounds outrageous, but it's really possible. We've got some advanced rocket engines, an airframe that actually enables us to glide further distances, and then some abilities to fly above the heat with a rocket, so we don't have all the heating issues. If you saw Top Gun Maverick, you know, not to give it away, but you know what flying lower does to a really high-speed vehicle. There's some heat issues.
Oh, awesome. And would you like us to?
Yeah, if you want to show the video, that's great. If time's hard, then no worries. What we're developing is nothing short of revolutionary. We're building a space plane that enables 1-hour global travel. To be able to go anywhere in the world in an hour, it changes everything.
Because you can get there, have that meeting, have that coffee, have that conversation, seal the deal, highball, and get home.
For the last 2 years since we closed our funding, we have been in a development cycle trying to build what our actual vehicle looks like. And so we got that design cycle finished and actually sent it off for 3D renderings to show the world what our plane really is going to look like.
As an engineer, you get excited when you're looking at the computer-generated design, but seeing that put together into an animation and the reveal, the colors, it was moving for myself, it was moving for the team. One of the ways I want to say it is we've gone from impossible to hard. We knew the 3 technologies that we are advancing here at Venus will get us to those Mach 9 speeds faster than anybody else. We are poised to be the first ones to deliver a hypersonic vehicle.
Awesome. And I'll just add on that as an earlier stage startup, it's inspirational to me to see how far you guys have come in such a short time. So yeah, thanks for being here. Next we have Gabe Dominicello from Umbra, and Gabe, over to you to introduce yourself.
So I'm the co-founder of Umbra. I'm the business guy, not the smart guy. So I just sit in awe. We have 3 satellites on orbit, which use synthetic aperture radar. For those of you who don't know what it is, we send an impulse all the way from space down to Earth, bounce it off the Earth, and then listen to it in space, and it creates a precise measurement, which we can turn into an image. We are also able to listen to signals from space, and we can geolocate those signals. So we're much more, I guess we're not a SAR company, we're not a SIGINT company, we're of a defense tech company that's, we really work on, the world's most difficult problems, and through advanced space systems to deliver global omniscience, which is the ability to understand where people, places, and things are.
Great. We'll roll the video.
Okay, great.
We got a short video for Umbra also, so you can see this in action.
This tool is going to lead to a safer world by creating visibility where previously there was none.
When we take the spacecraft and we deliver it to Cape Canaveral, it's a big deal for everyone. We know what's at stake and what the impact of doing so is going to be, not just for the company, but I think for the entire world. What we're doing is providing an extra layer of insight for humanity in very interesting times where it's really showing that something like this may be critical to the success of our species.
There's this really meaningful drive behind what we're working on.
Our mission is to deliver global omniscience in a way that can make the world a better place. And there are so many opportunities for us to do that with our technology, and I would say that every person who works here is committed to that mission and is working hard for it every day.
Umbra's building the world's highest resolution commercially licensed radar satellite for Earth imaging from space.
Oh, I forgot that. Highest resolution.
It's synthetic aperture radar, which is imaging that
Oh, and it
can
can see
both
through
day and
clouds.
night, all weather, through clouds, through smoke, see the things that you want to see on Earth whenever you want to see them, no matter what the conditions. What synthetic aperture radar brings to the picture is the ability to assure access to high quality imagery that enables unique insights for things that are happening all over planet Earth.
We really are a customer service company that happens to have satellites. We want to make the process of ordering satellite data frictionless.
We're really pushing the limits of what we're doing with our SAR satellite.
We are delivering a world-class capability, data that the world has never seen before. We're audacious enough to say that we're going to deliver that in a cheaper way than anybody has ever done.
How does that change the game for our customers? It allows us to deliver a product that many customers couldn't afford today, but will be able to afford tomorrow.
What makes me most excited about Umbra's future is really to see how our customers use our data for good.
A lot of people really understand how it can be used for military and intelligence applications. The things that are really interesting beyond that, from a commercial marketplace standpoint, are things like commodities tracking, being able to do things like land use, flood monitoring, disaster response. There's a ton of civil applications from that standpoint. There's just so many interesting things we can do that can solve their business problems, that can solve their financial problems, that can solve their economic issues.
When the internet was first created, a lot of people didn't really even know about the internet or what it could bring to the world. And I feel very similarly about democratizing SAR data in that what are we going to do with knowledge of how the Earth is changing on a day-to-day basis, especially when anyone has access to that data?
Fantastic. Great stuff.
Not anyone.
Great stuff.
I feel like legal would be.
on down the lineup here, Jack Fisher, Two Fish with Intuitive Machines. Over to you.
All right, so I could tell you all about Intuitive Machines, but I have found that it is usually more effective if Sexy Voice Guy describes it. So we're just going to go straight to the video.
Awesome.
Over to Sexy Voice Guy.
Talking about President Kennedy. Sexy
This
Voice.
city of Houston, this state of Texas, this country of the United States was not built by those who waited and rested and wished to look behind them.
At Intuitive Machines, we
Sexy
are
voice guy.
This generation does not intend to flounder in the backwash of the coming age of space. We mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it.
committed to President Kennedy's long dormant challenge.
We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained and new rights to be won. And they must be won and used for the progress of all people.
From how we build, test, and deliver our designs, we are redefining traditional aerospace.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
With 3 missions to the moon over the next 2 years, we have pushed innovation at every step, creating in-house technology to solve intractable problems. From software to avionics, advanced manufacturing, guidance navigation and control, precision landing system, complete propulsion system, and more.
Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Once assembled, this lander is directed from a state-of-the-art control room by a world-class team through an operational, worldwide lunar distance network. We look forward from our Houston home with hope.
This is our home, a place we're surrounded by family and friends, and people of true grit, whether it's a flood, a pandemic, or a challenge of going to the moon. Space City doesn't back down from a challenge.
We've created a family of spacecraft and collection of technology that can write our shared future. Daring greatly in the arena to conquer the unknown.
Boom. So there you go.
Outstanding, and great use of Sexy Voice Guy.
Sexy Voice Guy wins again.
Outstanding. And speaking of sexy voices, last on our panel, David Alexander, in from Rice Space Institute, the director of the Rice Space Institute, also on the board at the Spaceport Houston. Sir, I'm very, very happy to have you here, and thank you for making the time.
Well, I don't know if you need anything else. I don't actually have a video. I was going to use interpretive mime to explain. I took the opportunity not to show the video. Well, thanks for inviting me to this. I think we're excited about the developments that are happening in space, and we'll talk a little bit more about them. So, again, I think you've said I'm David Alexander. I'm a professor in astrophysics at Rice University. The last 10 years I've been the director of the Space Institute. Currently I'm also the chair of the Great Houston Partnerships Aerospace Committee, so we work a lot with these companies and try and help them progress and bring more companies into Houston, so please feel free to talk to me about that too. One of the key things, I think, given what you've just seen from everyone else here, one of the things that we try and do at the Space Institute is look at the technology that's been developed across campus by our faculty and our researchers, and then try and get them to translate that into maybe a space activity. And one example, just to give you the idea, since we talked about SAR and the imaging side of things, we've, with NASA funding, have converted a biomedical imaging system into an Earth remote sensing system, a snapshot hyperspectral imager. We haven't got it space ready yet, but we're basically developed it to the point that we can fly over forests and pick out individual leaves and do different spectral analyses of that sort of thing. Many different applications, including lunar mineralogy potential application. So these are the kind of things that we try and do at the Space Institute. We don't have 500 people, we have 2, but we have a lot of really interesting faculty doing interesting work for different fields, and then translating that into space is one of our key focus areas. So maybe we can talk more about that later.
That's wonderful, and thank you, sir. So if you were here for the 11 o'clock panel, you may have heard Brigadier General Feltman from the Air Force talk about how the new space economy is really a space race and part of the new Cold War between the United States and other strategic competitors like China and Russia. And he mentioned how, in order to come out on top at the end of this thing, it's going to require the efforts of not just California, Colorado, and Florida, but the efforts of all the states. And Texas is no stranger to space operations. Obviously, we have the OG Rocket City. I'm a proud product of Houston. I was raised there, spent many years growing up, and cheering on the Rockets and the Astros and the Oilers, which have nothing to do with space. But
it's the new oil.
Space is the new oil. That's right. But really, what we'd like to impart to the audience here is showcasing why Texas is such a rich breeding ground, for lack of a better term, for space companies. And I know, Sassy, you're a native Texan, grew up here, but I think we're the only 2 on the panel. Am I correct? So everybody, and
definitely,
and both Sassy and I went away for a while and then came back to Texas. So the first question I wanted to have for all the panelists, and hopefully you can chime in on this, is why Texas? You were a space person. We have an astronaut on the panel who went away, and you ended up coming back to Texas, and that was for some reason. So I'd like to start in the end down there with David. And what brought you to Texas?
The astronaut, by the way,
What brought you to Texas all the way from Scotland?
Well, Rice University. I mean, I worked at Lockheed Martin in the Bay Area and San Francisco Bay Area for a number of years, working on designing space missions for astrophysics, and Rice was expanding their portfolio in space physics, and so that was an opportunity to come. And it's a big change coming from Scotland to, I actually went to Montana first, but coming from California to Houston. There's a little bit of a different opinion of Texas up in California. But the people here and the city itself was a big draw for me. Rice, of course, is a great university. It's got a great campus, but really the people. And my introduction to the United States was Alabama. And again, people were very, very friendly to me. And so it really wasn't much of a step for me. And it's proven, I've been here 19 years now, and it's proven to be
really, really great for me. I've really enjoyed the people I've met mostly in
Wonderful.
all the areas. Yeah.
That point of the people actually came up in my conversation with Gabe leading up to this thing.
Stole my answer.
So I'd like for you to expand on it. You told me a little bit more during our conversation about the friendliness and the atmosphere.
Well,
of
that's
Texas.
the whole thing. I live in the country of Texas because it really is one of the greatest places on earth. And I think that, so I'm from Santa Barbara, which is a beautiful city. It's very well known. Like, I think when I first started my first company in like 2006, there probably wasn't a better place to live than Silicon Valley, where you had a massive amount of innovation. The internet was exploding. It's a year before the iPhone. And then I think that if you look at the United States now, it's like, well, Seattle, like Tennessee, Texas. But I really like Texas because of the people. I live in Austin. Austin's a lot like freshman year. So it's like everyone is really friendly, everyone's learning, everyone's having a great time together and excited about working on new and important things. But at the end of the day, I go home and I live in a really nice, safe neighborhood. My neighbors wave at me. I have a golf cart. I can go like to the country club and get drunk and drive home in my golf cart. And everyone waves, and there's loud country music, and there's great football. There's what's not to love about Texas.
That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. My neighborhood's not quite as nice, just about 10 minutes east of here, but it is just as friendly. I'll tell you that
that's
much.
great.
So that's great to hear. So Austin's kind of known, for a couple of things: University of Texas, 6th Street, partying, live music, capital of the world, et cetera, et cetera. But it's also become, over the last, 10, 20 years, really a magnet for startup, entrepreneurialism, innovation, et cetera. What are the things, from that neck of the woods that not only for Austin, but Texas, writ large? Sassy, I'll start with you. What you knew something about that before you came back to Texas, landed in Houston by the spaceport. But talk to me a little bit about it being an early stage company in Texas and how it was.
Sure. Yeah. So we actually started Venus Aerospace in Southern California. My co-founder and I were actually working at Virgin Orbit, so we were launching rockets off the wing of a 747 for Richard Branson, and got to the very first demo launch and knew it was time to start Venus. But the problem, when you live in Southern California and you want to do rockets, you can't launch rockets from the middle of LA, right? So you have to go out to Mojave. And if you've ever lived in that area, Los Angeles to Mojave, as the crow flies, isn't that far, but with beautiful LA traffic that I think is by far the worst in the country. I know Austin has bad traffic, Houston has bad traffic. I actually was a single mom because Andrew, my husband, was out in Mojave doing all our rocket testing. I was working for Virgin Orbit in Long Beach, and we're like, this is not sustainable. So as a company, we knew we needed a place that we could fire rocket engines, fly drones, fly commercial aircraft, fly experimental aircraft, and still be home for dinner. That was one of our goals as a husband-wife team with young children, that we had to find a spot. So we started looking all over the nation, and the first place we looked was Texas, because Texas is by far the best. But ended up. So we actually looked at Austin first because it's a tech center, a tech hub, and someone said, "Have you looked at Houston?" And realized Spaceport Houston is an incredible asset for the country. If you're interested in space, and you've got Space City, you've got Johnson Space Center, you've got all of the innovation that's happening there in that community. And so when we said these are the things that we need to do, Spaceport Houston said yes. And literally, we have a hangar. We're on Ellington Air Force Base. And next door, on the empty lot next door, we're firing our rocket engines 17 times a day, or 17 times a week. And that, you can't do that. Literally, we go out the door, we fire it, and then we bring it back. It's on a mobile test trailer. We bring it back into our hangar, and I'm at my kids' soccer practice by 5:30 p.m. And so that's what Houston has allowed us to do. And also just the regulations. We still have quite a few remote employees in California, and the hoops that we have to hop through for just regulation-wise and compliance. It is just so much harder to do business in California than it is in Texas. And the cost. Our cost of living has dropped substantially. The salaries that we have to pay for people is far less in Texas. So there's 1,000 reasons I could say, like moving to Texas and being at the central of, especially in Houston, for space has been a really great move for us.
And speaking of your neighbors, and when I visited you there at Spaceport Houston, we looked across the runway of Ellington Field, and we see Intuitive Machines building their facility. Two Fish, he came from had a career in the Air Force, served as an astronaut here in the Houston area, or here in Texas in the Houston area. Went back up, did some work, and then upon retirement got scooped up by Intuitive Machines, and have been really the face man of Intuitive Machines since then. What has being in the Houston area meant for Intuitive Machines as it really kind of grows its talent base and really goes full thrust as you're approaching landing on the moon, for crying out loud?
There you go, boom. I moved 18 times in the military, and so when we retired, my wife and pretty much the whole family, Houston was home. And it is, as folks have said, it's the quality of the people. And when it comes to space, Space City is not a fake moniker. There are dozens upon dozens of space companies around Johnson Space Center that have always provided what's needed for commercial or civil space. But now you see a growth in the innovation of the space ecosystem, of just an infrastructure that can be used across civil, military, and commercial space that is being used, and an engagement by the state, really, of making Texas more than it is. And hopefully everybody's read Josh's Texas Manifesto. You get kicked out of Capital Factory if you haven't read that. It's about looking at the state as a whole, from UTEP to Rice University, down to Boca Chica, the innovation ecosystem here. You go across this state, there are tons of capabilities. You look at them as a composite, nobody can compete with Texas. And that's really what it's about. We're at a unique moment in history where that fusion between civil, military, and commercial space is happening. And given, you heard that panel, the OL panel, I gotta put 4 syllables in there, the OL panel, you have the energy, you have biomed down in Houston, all of those have overlaps. As you heard from Doc Alexander with biomed, the welders, hell, we have 6 of the best on the planet. I know Sassy is equipped as well. It's time for launch. We're ready for launch, as the title of the talk says, and it's an exciting place to be for space hardware, space test, and resource development. Houston is where it's at.
Great, and one of the biggest resources, as everyone has said, is really talent across the board, and so we are so fortunate to have folks like David Alexander really out there harvesting the talent, I guess is maybe a good word to say. But Dr. Alexander, tell us a little bit about how Rice Space Institute is growing the future talent that's going to be employed by not just the folks sitting up here, but future startups like me that are just in the early stages.
Well, I think, George, it's broader than just Rice. I mean, and then somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was a Brigadier General, that there is a lot of focus on those high-end engineers and so on. And of course, we're proud to produce some of the best in the engineering and the science side. But we also, for instance, we also do a professional master's program in space studies, which brings the business and management side together with the technical training. But the big gap, as was mentioned earlier, is in the workforce development. So we frequently talk about, there's 4 reasons why a company goes to a college or a university: workforce development, professional development, research and development, or recruitment. And I'd like them to do more on the research and development, because that obviously is something that I think we have to offer. But that workforce development is something that is key, particularly with all these new startups needing all these new trained individuals. You can translate a skill, but you do have to translate it. You can't necessarily walk in as being a welder on on an automotive floor into a space floor. So there is a little bit of adaptation there. but the basic skill is already there. And so what we've done in Houston, we've got a thing called the HS Houston Spaceport Crew, Center for Research, Education and Workforce Development, which is kind of run out of the Houston Spaceport. And the idea is to couple the innovative work that's being done at San Jac College, which are working heavily with intuitive machines to develop those technicians, develop the programs that were put together by industry, and what their needs were, and then feed those in. And intuitive machines have been fantastic in this, and I don't know how many people you've employed from that program, but they've taken kids out of high school in one of the most diverse areas in the country and had them work on lunar landers. I mean, you can't imagine the excitement that brings. And what we're trying to do is bring that all the way through the technical colleges. University of Houston Clear Lake does a lot of work for applied research for NASA, through to the Tier 1 research universities, and bring all that to bear. I'd like to say, when I talk to people like the folks at Axiom and Intuitive and even Venus, I don't get to see Venus very often, but everyone has a plan for that 1 to 10 years and how they're going to develop it. The research universities and that TRL 1 and 2 level, that's 10 to 20 years. And so you need to start that conversation now, and so we're trying to have that conversation broadly. And then just to finish, I mean, this is a statewide thing. We heard about Project Xander yesterday from UTSA. UTEP's got some fantastic programs in digital engineering. Brownsville is growing, and their push for for more space activity down there. So there's just this activity across the country, and we just need to sort of all work together to bring it to bear on the kind of problems that we're trying to solve. And I like to think that we're a small part of that going forward.
That's wonderful. Gabe, go ahead.
I have a contrarian view to the last panel. So Megan was saying that everyone was hiring and everyone's having trouble hiring. I have not really seen people who are working on really interesting technology like having trouble hiring. Like you have trouble if you like. So for us, okay. So there's two answers to this question. The first answer is you have the smartest and richest people in the world moving to Texas, right? Elon Musk is our neighbor, right? Like I think that there probably is something to that. I don't understand it because I'm not very smart. But in terms of like talent, like if you are solving really difficult, really cool problems, and you have insight into like the hardest problems in the world, you can draw people from government programs. You can draw the smartest people to you. So I'd say like if you're starting a company and you cannot hire, it's probably because you need to work on your technology. So you gotta be contrarian.
That's a fantastic
observation. The other guys were too nice.
Yeah. Speaking of not being nice, one of the things that David and I talked about a couple weeks ago was some of the improvements that we can make across the board here in Texas to make the breeding ground, for lack of a better term, again, better for space technologies. And David, how do you see us moving forward with that? And I'd like to then transition over to Two Fish with your work with the Tech Space Initiative.
Well, I would immediately transfer over to Two Fish. No, I mean, I do think we need. I think just to lead into that a little bit, I think in Texas, we've taken what we have a little bit, at the government level and the support level, we've taken what we have a little bit too much for granted. With NASA, we're the home of human space flight. We never even got a shuttle. We should have got a shuttle. Us in Florida should have been the two on the bank, and then everybody else could fight for it. So we got one that hadn't gone into space. We took it for granted that we were going to get one. We didn't fight for it. And I think that's something that we need to do, and we need to do that statewide. I was just at Farnborough Air Show in the UK in the summer. There was a Texas stand, but compared to Florida, Alabama, Ohio even, I mean, we are not doing our job if we're going. Now, it might be everybody's moving, we don't have to do anything, but I don't believe that. I think there's a lot of competition within the country. It's all great for space, and it's all great for the United States and all these different things we've heard about earlier. But if we really want Texas to be the preeminent state, we might argue that it is in some areas right now, but if we want that to continue, we have to work as a state and we have to push that forward. And that starts with all of us, but it also starts with the state government in supporting this. You can compare them to how Alabama does it. There's no comparison.
It really is a leadership issue, and thank goodness we have some folks that are really leading the charge. And Two Fish, thanks for all your work that you've been doing. Can you talk just a minute about the work that you've done here in Austin and actually going up to the Hill?
You bet. Yeah, and so everybody say hello to James Adam up here in the front. He's running TechSpace. TechSpace is a group of folks that's just basically trying to rally the forces, circle the wagon so that Texas can compete. We have all the resources, all the people. We have everything we need to dominate, but we're not, because we're a bunch of cats running around going different directions. We need to herd the cats. So there's a few main areas. The Texas Space Commission, some form of convening authority that's akin to Space Florida, or even this Chamber of Commerce in Huntsville, Alabama, Colorado Space Commission. Any of these states that are truly organized have some authority and direction given from the state to set that grand vision of what we're going to look like, and that is a key part. The workforce development we've already talked about. Certainly we work closely with the EDGE program, which is looking at that the whole level. In our company, we are not one of those ones that's going to tell you we have 42% PhDs. I don't care. Every single person that works at Intuitive Machines is called a mechanic. You're expected to be able to take stuff apart and make it work. And that includes the best welders on the planet. That includes composite techs. That includes everybody. I'll tell you a quick story of a guy named Logan. He was an intern in the EDGE program that we do with San Jack. He came down, always smiling. Dude's a big old dude, and always smiling. Comes in, goes, I'm sorry, I got at happy hour one night, and he walks by, he's not smiling. I'm like, dude, what's wrong? He's like, I gotta quit because I can't afford to keep going to school. And Steve, our CEO, turns around, he's like, well, dude, I'll hire you. And he's like, I don't have any degree, I have nothing. He's like, I don't have to ask. Do you want a job? And kind of started crying and shook his hand, and he's got a job. He's still getting his degree, but that dude's in charge of 6 programs. He didn't have a single degree. He didn't have a single piece of paper, but he can build the shit out of stuff. And that's what we need. So workforce development is key, and we got some great skills in Texas to make that happen. Obviously, innovation and the innovation ecosystem, all of that is part of what we're doing. Capital Factory, Mass Challenge, Accenture. There is a lot of innovation pumping through this state, and you're sitting at the epicenter. The other one is VC funding and getting the right people looking in that direction. James is working on a VC fund that would be like the Twitter blue check mark from the state, with a funds matching that can help accelerate development. Obviously, folks like Megan and Space Fund, those are things that we need, because you need real estate, you need talent, you need a workforce and education, and you need money to really attract the space economy. So all of those are part of what James has been working on the Hill. I will mention one other because it's public record now. We were up a couple weeks ago with Space Center Houston and Johnson Space Center, advocating for a Lunar Mars space integration facility outside of Johnson Space Center. Doc Alexander's been a huge force in that. A massive complex that allows that research, that next generation thinking for 10 to 20 years out. So anchoring a space corridor from Johnson Space Center down to the Rice-sponsored Innovation District in Houston. Like I said, it's the place for the future when it comes to space.
That's great. And really to foot stomp the workforce development piece, I just want to highlight one thing that I don't know if a bunch of people know, but Texas is one of the top states in the United States for support to our veterans and military retirees in general. But they offered, Texas as a state offers many programs, and if you enter the service from Texas and then retire back to Texas, there's even another stack of benefits that vets get here in the state of Texas, and it's just it's a very rich opportunity for our veterans. We have lots of veterans that pursue their startups and entrepreneurial dreams here in Capital Factory, and Bunker Labs is a very big supporter of that, but and others. But just want to send a shout out for my home state really taking care of our veterans and military retirees in many ways. And I think that is a big attractive element for companies here in Texas, because you can hire a well-trained, well-disciplined, person that's really willing to literally go to war for you. So shout out to our vets out there. We have a little bit of time, and I'd like to field at least one question from the audience. If we'd have anybody who has a question. Yes, sir.
You mentioned the Lunar Mars test facility or test application outside of the center. Does that mean outside of the center in Houston or anywhere in the state?
Outside, directly outside. So Space Center Houston is the big supporter of that. So they would expand Space Center Houston, and then also NASA has looked at different ways to seed part of the land from Johnson Space Center to allow for development, and that's part of the whole package.
So I thought there was an initiative from the state to try and find that application for other cities as well, not just in Houston.
I'm not familiar with that particular one. This is just right outside the gate, and some of the land on JSC. If you know where Saturn Lane is, it's on Saturn.
But Sam, it wouldn't be focused just in Houston. I mean, we'd be based there, but obviously the talent across the state.
Absolutely.
And what can feed into this, the technologies that need done, the education that needs done, all of that would be a statewide. It would be, it's just, it's a kind of where it's at, so to speak. Texas A&M is involved as well. And
right.
So really it would be a statewide resource is the way you think of it.
So there are other cities that are interested in providing that kind of a test facility, lunar terrain test order, on their own locations as well. So I just wonder if that would would that become competitive, or just it's going to be there?
Petition your Congress, your legislative person. I think the idea, I think a lot of the work that Two Fish and others, Rob Ambrose in particular at Texas A&M have done, and Vanessa Weish, is about galvanizing the state to think about where we're headed. And where we're headed, in particular the Johnson Space Center, have their own goals, right, their own objectives. But I think the broader thing is Texas as a space state.
Yeah.
And if the idea gets accepted and the money is you need to get your money appropriated. But if that can happen, then the question is up to the state how they want to take advantage of some of that, and then that's potentially future discussion. But someone had to take the initiative, and I kind of congratulate Two Fish and James here in the efforts that they're making to take that initiative and kind of wake I shouldn't say it too loudly because I'm in Austin, but wake the state up a little bit and wake her. I think we've really neglected the assets that we have for too long, and I think this is helping galvanize. Maybe morph into something different. It could be a many-headed hydra, but the hydra can still soothe and damage, and so we'll see what happens.
15 seconds wrap up. Sassy, what last parting shots?
Oh, you're gonna throw it at me?
Yes.
For us moving to Texas, and seeing what's happening with Texas and space has been the best move I think of our career. The people, the employees, the research that's happening, the collaboration. It's a great place to be, to build space companies, to build hypersonic companies, and to build really any type of company. So, thank you for being here.
Gabe?
Oh.
Anything to add?
Oh God, I totally tuned out. I think that look, we've got Elon. Texas is gonna win. I'm not worried about us not being a great space state. I heard a conspiracy theory the other day that Texas obviously is its own country, and because we're our own country, we can, because Elon's gonna go to Mars, Texas will be the first state to colonize Mars. So
beautiful.
I think
that sounds
we're
like
just
something
fine.
he would say.
Florida's
too.
not going to win.
Stand by for tweets.
California's definitely not going to win.
Outstanding. Two Fish, anything last to part with?
Hey, so Brian Chambers, if you know him, president here at Capital Factory, he came through for a visit, and we hadn't planned to have a Texas flag on our lander. I am happy to inform you all that it was printed last week.
Nice.
Yeah. Very special sticker. It's going to be the first commercial, well, heck, it's the first thing from the United States back in 50 years. and it's going to have a big old Texas flag because Texas is the future of space. Welcome to the future.
David, anything else to add?
There is already a rice flag on the Maybe I should leave it there. No, I think one of the key things, one of the challenges for focusing on space, because I think we talked about this, Joe, is the fact that Texas is good for so many things, the energy industry, the medical industry, and so on. Whereas a Florida can focus, on space, a Colorado can focus on space. But that's not just a challenge, it's an opportunity, because that technology transfer, a lot of the technologies that are being developed have multi-purpose. And if we can work with that within the state, and I think the people are here to do it, not just here, but the people across the state are here to do that, I think we're in good shape. We just need to get it all together, and having events like this really helps, so thank you for that.
Outstanding. Well, thank you very much. And if you haven't heard, Texas Space Economy is ready for launch. And please join me in a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much for being here. Have a great day, Supernova. Thank you. That's always a good trump card. I still have yet to see him yet. So.
Oh, I've seen it.
Have you?
No, it's
I'll find you one
Yes, have the whole shot. That's a good answer.
I'll stay outside. I'm just going to get the heck out of there. What's up, man? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Nice to see actually, we're looking at
Oh, okay. I've never been here.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going like crazy. I don't know, there's like something like
I just love that you like
right
really
now.
like right when it
Sorry, laughs and the way I look at it, whatever happens,
well, it's like basically buses for like satellites. We invested in over transportation because we're going to get fairly close to
do you want money now?
They've got all the established, that's all
How are you?
Sam, this is Claire.
Hi, nice to meet you. I don't know if else has been well, I'm his daughter, and he's interned his personal assistant on the day. So I just got sucked into it from him. I mean, it's nice because I finally understand what he's doing. He's been in space for my whole life in the Army, and I never understood a single thing, and now I understand. Oh! Why didn't you ever tell me that it was super cool what you were doing? Like, you never let me know that.
One of my colleagues, I'm going to talk here and send the deck to. Just talk across.
Awesome, welcome back to our final Beyond Space session entitled Leveraging Space Ahead of the Tech Curve. Our first session today, we talked about how space might be the next oil and how Texas is on a rocket trajectory of growth in space economy. Let's drill in and learn from some of the leaders who are on the leading edge of space tech frontiers. I'm thrilled to introduce to you Trent Blake, CEO of Galactive, another incredible space startup who agreed to moderate our panel.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you all for coming today. So this panel was really focused on how the space economy can benefit from leveraging emerging technologies. Some of those can be blockchain, AI, any bit of the high growth industries that we're currently seeing in the current industrial revolution. We're seeing financial tech, we're seeing biomed, robotics, energy, and many other industries that are creating huge advancements, but those applications can be transferred to space. So right now the US government and the investment community is very well aligned in the creation of a robust space economy. So this panel right now is going to be exploring how we can encourage collaboration between those existing industries and improve space operations, make them more resilient, efficient, and permanent. So I'm joined today by leaders in both blockchain and space, and we're going to be seeing how we can work together and encourage that collaboration and create that next generation and embrace the next industrial revolution of space. So I'm going to just go down the line. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, what you do, and also throw in what excites you about the growth of a large commercial space industry?
Okay, I'll start since I'm closest to you. So my name is Elisa Lambert. I work for SkyFi. I'm the Business Development Manager at SkyFi. And if you haven't heard about SkyFi, you're missing out because it's a pretty awesome company. So how many of you have purchased satellite imagery for yourself or your company? Anyone in the crowd? So you purchased, how long did it take you to get your image back to you?
I purchased satellite imagery companies more than the image. I was just trying to.
That was not you, sir. So you're who I need to be talking to.
Days to weeks.
Days to weeks, right? So SkyFi is a user-friendly, customer-focused app that enables anyone, regardless of your GIS experience, so you don't need to be a GIS expert, but it enables anyone to access and purchase Earth observation data and analytics. So it was funny because we were talking in the green room earlier, and they're like, oh, well, you're in space. And I'm like, technically, not really. We're a tech company. No one really at our company has a space background. We all come from consumer-focused businesses. You know, I come from the infrastructure business. I'm a civil engineer by trade. I also worked as a chemist. And so we all have worked in markets that are very consumer-focused, and that's really what leads us to our app, because our app is very consumer and customer-focused. And yesterday when we were packed like sardines at the welcome session, and I was listening to IBM's, I think it was the chief data officer, and he spoke about like Airbnb and Uber, and that's he basically took the words from my mouth, because that's what we always use when we talk about SkyFi. Because SkyFi is really this ecosystem of products and services. So we don't have the satellites in space, we don't put the balloons in the sky, we don't have the fleet of planes, but we have created this ecosystem of services for our customers by providing this product. So we have a network of partners that provide the satellite imagery for us to display on our platform. So currently we have 90 satellites from our signed partners, and then in the coming weeks or a couple months we'll have about 120 satellites. And you know, not to ramble too much, but your question was what excites me. So I think really the growth of the industry. We're seeing, you know, consumers and businesses alike that are really being able to access this imagery that they haven't necessarily had easy access to or access at all. And you know, they're able to, you know, focus on, you know, tackling famine or tackling climate change, or, you know, responding to disasters like the one that we just saw, the unfortunate one that we just saw in Florida. Or even, you know, we have traders, you know, our founder is a finance hedge funder, you know, traders using this on their end. So really opening up, you know, this port of data to people. And then, you know, and I brought my phone up here because I have the app on my phone, but all of it can be accessed through your phone. It's an app. So you can download, everything is just a click or a tap away. And really, you know, opening up this market, and you know, we don't stop just there. There's more. I promise I'm going to get to the next person, but there's more. So we also provide, you know, analytics. So you know, we also understand, you know, to solve the world's most complex problems, you know, raw imagery and data isn't sufficient enough. You need object detection. You need change detection. So we've also partnered with some of the best-in-class analytical companies out there as well. And there's more. We also are going to have a SkyFi drive. So this is a cloud storage solution. So we're basically going to be the one-stop shop for everything that comes with Earth observation data. So that wraps it up, and I promise we're getting to you.
Thanks so much for the introduction. Hi, so my name is Major Kyle Futch. I work under Space Systems Command for the United States Space Force, and I'm headquartered out of Kirtland Air Force Base. We have a detachment out there for SSC. I work for the Space Test Program, which specializes in combining experiments from the DoD-sponsored experiments from colleges and universities, as well as Air Force Research Lab, Naval Research Lab, government classified customers, and prototypes, and we put all of the barnacles, if you will, those payloads, onto one free-flying satellite bus that we then launch into a free-flying mission and provide experimental operations and collect the data, which we then get back as a report to enhance our TRL-6 type of capabilities in space. So it's really paramount, especially because in the Space Force, a lot of our strategy is all deterrence-based, and in order to maintain a deterrence posture in space, we have to have a large portfolio of very advanced and mature technology. So we are the gateway to doing that for the United States Space Force. Currently, right now, I'm assigned to work the Space Test Experiments Platform 2.0 contract, which specializes in creating, it's a contract vehicle which over the next 10 years will procure satellite buses as well as on-orbit operations and all of the integration that goes in between those two events to make our experiments happen. We also have a huge cohort of folks who work with STP down embedded within Johnson Space Center at Houston, and they specialize in a palletized service that will put experiments out onto the International Space Station. So we understand that the International Space Station won't be around forever and is set to, I think, retire in the 2030s. And so we're looking at other opportunities and advancements to put some of these experiments maybe on Artemis or other platforms that NASA is currently working on. So that's who I am, that's what I do. And what excites me about space and being here today is exactly like you said, to your point, is the emerging industry. I go around and I within folks that I work with and just say that after going to these types of engagements, space symposiums, small sat, etc., the industry is very frothy. There's a lot of people and a lot of interest and a lot of startups that are all coming to the table with new and innovative ideas and different ways of doing business that we aren't used to in the government. For a long time, we've always been the ones to create the technology and build that technology into the constellations that we know and use today, such as GPS, MILSATCOM, and enhanced missile tracking and missile warning. But what we're seeing today in the world and the industry is that we need to be more of a gateway to allow industry to come to us with these innovative ideas and really just buy what we can instead of being the ones to forefront the build, if you will. So that's what excites me. I'm happy to be here, happy to talk with you all today. If I look at my phone, I swear I just have notes on there. I'm not texting. I wrote all my notes out so that I don't get lost. But thank you all so much for having me.
Awesome. My name is Daryl DiPietro. I founded a company called Future Stuff Incorporated. I've been in the blockchain space for over 5 years. We created a payment solution that handles 45,000 different digital assets. We were the first company to broker any type of entertainment in Las Vegas on the blockchain. We've been operating in $100 billion nightclubs since then. I also created a patent to tokenize electricity collected from solar. We're currently working on an EV project to change how electric vehicles charge. But really what we do is we explore how blockchain can change different industries. It's not about being in one lane. It's about seeing how this can work with all these different companies, all these different industries, and especially being on the forefront of the emerging industries. During the pandemic, when everything shut down, I built a bartering platform for people to exchange goods and food. I mean, that was needed at that time, and it's being used, and it's in its 4th iteration of development right now, and that's the type of stuff that we do. It's not necessarily one lane, cryptocurrency. It's about taking a decentralized ledger, taking a decentralized technology and decentralized information, and putting it into systems that are typically centralized, typically government centralized. So sure, money's the first one, that's the easy one. But what about automating the grid? What about, what just happened in California with their power grid going down? What about cars? What about, those sorts of things what no one's thinking about? No one's thinking that right now if Honda and Toyota would allow their cameras to exchange information via blockchain, we wouldn't need traffic lights. No one's thinking about that stuff right now. And so that's really what Future Stuff is all about. We were the first company to sell an NFT of a physical painting by a major studio, Thomas Kincaid, sold on OpenSea. That's the type of work that we do, is being on the forefront of these other industries. And so what excites me about space is basically what I just said. It's so new, it's so fresh. You're right, when you were at a symposium, there's all these startups, and I know I saw different companies that have come out of the woodwork, but they don't seem to understand if you don't exchange information on a decentralized ledger, then you're still typecasting yourself to one lane. And specifically with government, I mean, that's really where this can come in, because I was listening to a panel earlier where it's like China and the US are in this space race and we're not going to exchange any information, but if we had a public ledger where you didn't have to open up the doors, but you could still release a little bit of information and it was decentralized so that we knew we could trust it, that's really where this technology applies. So for me, being on the, trying to bridge the gap between blockchain and space technology, and seeing the innovations that are happening as they're happening, because we're seeing these companies that are coming out of stealth, or they're doing seed rounds and then we see them go to Series A, it's so reassuring. It's something that I'm truly passionate about, is seeing the founder go from, I've got an idea, to here's a check. And how do you get from 0 to 1? So for space, much like with the blockchain industry, it's new and it's emerging, and there's an opportunity now for a lot of people to capture it. I was too young to do anything during the cell phone craze. I was too young to do anything during the internet boom. And this one is prime. And the people in this room that are understanding what I'm saying, that you have to look at it differently, you have to look at how you're doing things differently, and you have to share information. If you stay in your lane and you stay in your box and you build your one thing and you're not sharing any information with other companies, you're stifling the industry. And so blockchain really changes that, because I don't have to show you how my code works, but I can tell you what information I'm able to give out, and you know it's verified. Because let's just say, you and I are exchanging information right now. You guys all hear it. Now you're all verifying that. You're a node validator, you're a node validator, you're a node validator. Now we know we've got 75 confirmations on the blockchain that actually happened. And the thing about it is, once that happens, it can never be refuted. It can never be rolled back. You can't hack the blockchain. So I know I've rambled a little bit, but that's really what I'm passionate about. If you have questions about any of the projects we're working on, happy to talk about it. But yeah, I'll pass the mic. Awesome. No pressure, by the way.
Hey guys, my name is Lee Bratcher. I'm the president of the Texas Blockchain Council. We are an industry association working to make Texas a leader in this space. I also am an innovation officer in the 75th Innovation Command. Today I'm wearing my blockchain hat, so my civilian hat. We do a lot of regulatory and policy work, write legislation and policy here in Texas and at the federal level as well. And we also are sort of a traditional chamber of commerce for our member companies. We have over 100 corporate members, several hundred individual members. So we help them connect, do events, help them find their next client, and things of that nature. So I'm excited about this industry. We have several companies within our industry association that work on the intersection of blockchain and space. Some of them are certainly more on the space side, and others are more on like the technology support side. But it varies. Some of them are as specific as value transfer, using a Lightning network so you don't have to have any delay in transaction time. That seems a little like years away to me. Some of them are much more near term, where they're looking at debris tracking using kind of the consortia model that you can get with blockchain to share information with parties that traditionally don't trust each other, nation states and other regulatory entities, around debris tracking in low Earth orbit. So excited about the confluence of these industries. And so rather than, I'm not the technical expert here, we've got some who certainly are, I'm kind of more of the connector and hear about different companies doing things and introduce them to either private equity or other companies that would want to partner with them. So happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you all for the introductions. Those were awesome, and we covered a little bit of the topics already, so I'm going to cross off one of the questions. So the next couple questions are basically using blockchain as just an example of how an emerging technology could be integrated into space specifically, and then I'll allow you guys the opportunity just to think about how the other industries can then benefit in the same manner. So I'll start out with just kind of the operational question. So one of the most valuable resources of space is usable data. So how important is valid, unaltered data within space operations or to commercial customers who purchase that data?
Okay, I can start. So we are really a downstream technology service provider. Like I said, we have a partner network. So our partner network is who supplies us the data, and they supply us with unaltered raw data. But SkyFi is really trying to revolutionize the process of this data by making it user-friendly to purchase this data. So you'll be able to go into the app and purchase, new data or request new data from one of our satellites. So you can choose the day of your choosing. Say, I want a satellite image on Saturday at this time, and you'll be able to task a satellite to get you an image at that time. Obviously, weather permitting, so I always put that little note in there. Or you can, go into our slew of archives. So we have a huge archive of satellite and aerial imagery as well, where we allow users to go into it. And then, we really focus on, reducing the cost, but also cutting out the middleman. I know he mentioned it took three days to weeks to get an image, and that's what we don't want to happen. We want people to be able to access imagery as needed, when needed. So you'll be able to go in, everything is automated. Like I said, there's no sales team, we cut out the middleman. You'll just go in, choose the image that you want, choose the area of interest, and you'll be able to purchase it all at your fingertips. And also when we talk about raw data, it's like, well, how is this data being downloaded? What format? So we offer JPEG and PNG, which we're all familiar with, but also for those super users out there, we do offer GeoTIFF and metadata for you to really pull it out and extract it further in a platform like ArcGIS. So, there's a lot of value in raw data, and like I said, having analytics on top of that raw data is even more powerful than the data itself.
And then from your perspective?
Yeah, so I think it's absolutely critical, and this is the main reason why we have advanced cryptology within our communications on the satellites, and then in order to decrypt in the ground whenever we get it back, because we have to have unaltered states of the ones and zeros being transmitted from space down to our troops downrange. So ultimately our entire paradigm of how we fight wars today is based off the sensor to the shooter. We have to be able to get uninterrupted, uncorrupted, safe and secure data to our fighting members downrange. So to answer your point, it's absolutely critical.
Awesome. And just to transition now to the blockchain side, as blockchain is one of the best cryptography tools available. So as the blockchain experts, how do you guys see blockchain being applied to solve that problem, make space operations more efficient, resilient, and safe?
Well, I think it all comes down to trust. How do you trust the data? How do you know the data is correct? You gave a perfect example of being able to trust that data because it's coming from a centralized source. It's highly encrypted, highly private, highly classified military data. But what about the commercial applications? How do you know that a new startup company that just launched, a 3D, 4D camera in space is actually giving you the correct imagery? How do you store that data? Because you can't send all that data down because you don't have the capabilities right now of downstream. Okay, so now you need to build a network. Okay, well, who owns that network? I mean, if you're talking about 50 to 100 different startups, they're not all gonna build their own central repository, it's just too expensive. But if you had a blockchain mesh type network built in space that could store all this data, that allowed companies that are private, that don't want to release all their information, to release just the amount of information that they want, and then you as the government can go in and say, hey, we're also going to use this. We're also going to store, our public NASA images, which is public domain. How do you get them? How do you access them? How are you pulling down? I've been told that most of the imagery that's taken in space is unusable and not stored because it's mostly over water. Well, now if we build this network in space, you can then access that information. So I think it's really, again, it comes down to trust. Again, consider this room all individual companies. You don't know him, you don't know him. Do you trust him? Would you trust him with your wallet? No, not at all. So you build this trusted or trustless network of decentralized information that's got multiple confirmations, and now you have a solvable problem for a real world issue. The example that was given to me about the imagery over water was the flight that went down in Malaysia. That flight, they couldn't track it. I mean, they tracked it, they just didn't save the images of it because they didn't have the capability to store that information. So that's when you start taking these new technologies and looking at how they can integrate into the different ways that we operate. And I think, in the end, if that actually does happen, that's like my pipe dream goal. Everything is going to work better. And when we move off planet, now we've got the systems and resources already built up there. So that's
Couldn't agree more. I think data integrity is key. With the Department of Defense and Space Force, they have an advantage in some circumstances because they don't have that consortium model. It's very, it's one user to one user that's encrypted. And so when you start looking at commercial applications, like Daryl said, you've got this consortium that you don't trust, and you need to have a way to ensure that this image wasn't altered, and so you maybe hash that image onto a public blockchain, or perhaps even a private permissioned blockchain, depending on the consortium model. So I think that's the nearest term use case that everybody's going to be thinking about. We can get more creative and think about some more edge cases, but I think that's absolutely the near-term one.
So in your perspective, do you think that the blockchain has kind of been formed around a decentralized, deregulated center? Sure. Do you think that culture can move into someone that could work with the DoD?
Great question. Right now, it's not ready yet. I think the regulatory landscape is so nascent, and the Department of Defense has to be on the far side of that spectrum. So we're just now seeing Treasury, IRS, SEC, like regulatory bodies start to engage in a meaningful way. The DoD is going to have to be on the back end of those agencies. So I think we're years away from like a public permissionless involvement that is known to the public. Now, I have no idea what some of the other agencies are doing, like DIA or some of the others that perhaps are classified. That's certainly possible. I'm not saying, I'm not excluding that, but I'm talking about like commercial to DoD collaboration. We're probably a few years off from that happening on a public permissionless ledger.
Awesome. So with that time horizon, if we're looking to create an opportunity for the DoD to embrace blockchain, I'll put this across the panel. Do you think that the government does a good job of signaling demand early enough for these emerging technologies that they might not even imagine the applications of, so that these innovations can be applied and make things better?
I'll go first. I guess I picked the wrong seat. I think, I'm not going to get too much into the blockchain things, so we have the experts on that end, but I think you see the emergence of blockchains and other technologies like AI across use cases for satellite imagery. When we look at the commercial data market, which is the market that we're specifically focused in, and it's a market that's going to top 2.5 billion, as in what we want in our bank account, by 2030. And then we look at it now, and it's 70% defense. It's been very heavily historically defense focused. And that's really where we're trying to open this new market to others. And I think with it being defense focused, I think it's led to a lot of socioeconomic growth within the market. But also we want to open it to the underserved users as well. And I think the biggest hurdle that we've run into in the commercial space is the legal matters, the end user licenses agreement. So I would say the problem that I would want to solve is how can we come to a common ground, a middle ground, to figure out how we can push forward these licensing agreements for us to really get this imagery out there for the masses.
And then from the internal point of view.
Yeah, right. So when it comes to new and innovative technologies such as blockchain, which I think a lot of folks within the Department of Defense don't quite understand. I know from speaking for myself, I don't. I mean, hearing the experts kind of give their pitch and kind of share the idea of zero trust and just a note confirming the send off and handoff and receipt of information sounds amazing. But the reality is that we don't send too much of a demand signal up front, and that's by design and intention, because we don't know. And we don't quite trust that technology up front enough to give it the application within the DoD that it could have. We need time, and we need verification, and we need understanding to make sure that whenever we incorporate this technology into our existing fleets of naval, aircraft, space, I mean, you name it, that there's no back doors which could remain susceptible to hacking and exploitation. And so once we have that confidence and we understand the technology enough to ingest it within our acquisitions programs, we're definitely set on doing it. It just takes some time for us to understand and get educated on it.
Interesting. Do you think that there's anything that the blockchain experts or other ones in the room could do to communicate and educate better?
Yeah, that's a great follow-up question, because what we at SSC are now pivoting towards, during my introduction I gave a quick spiel about it, of just buying what we can. We've adopted a mantra of exploiting what we have, buying what we can, and building only what we must. And so if we can buy this type of technology that exists on the commercial market and just incorporate it in to make our systems more efficient, more effective, and more cost friendly, absolutely we're going to do it. And so a big initiative too by SSC is to create this whole front door where you will have one website, one-stop shop that all of industry can come to, and depending upon your tech maturation and where you're at as a program, we've got different programs dedicated to help you and help invest in industry to get them where they need to be to help us. And so that's a big effort that's going on right now at Space Systems Command, and we'll be talking about it actually after this meeting downstairs, and I think on the 8th floor at, I think, Captain America is the name of the conference room. So I welcome anybody to come if you have questions. We have a briefing we'll walk through to kind of expand upon that a little bit more. But certainly want to give the opportunity for us to listen and understand, but there's always a risk piece to that, and we have to make sure that what we're doing isn't going to turn around and otherwise compromise us.
Awesome.
So yeah, I think the thing that was just mentioned is time. Time is what it's going to take to get down this road. And I think the best next step for an entrepreneur or someone on the commercial side that wants to work with the U.S. government is to apply for non-dilutive capital. And if you get into these programs, now the government is doing due diligence on you. So you now get to look effectively under the skirt of the company and see how this technology can actually be used. And your experts on your side are going to see if there are any backdoors. Obviously, nothing's perfect, but I will remind you, the blockchain, Bitcoin blockchain has never been hacked. It has never been hacked. You might hear about crypto hacks. Those are centralized exchanges where users did not hold their private keys. The blockchain has never been hacked. So as you said, and you said as well, we have to do this like constant barrage of companies towards the different SBIRs and different non-dilutive capital, so that you can now get trust. Now you believe, and they're not all going to be winners, but you learn from those experiences as well. So again, if you're an entrepreneur that wants to work with the U.S. government, apply and see which program you fit into. Get the little bit of capital that you guys give, hit the requirements of the benchmark, come back and get $750,000 on your second round, then go for the third round of what's $3 million plus. So now you've got funding that you don't have to pay back. You've got full due diligence on this company. You know the founders, where they were born. You know what I mean? Like, you know the company. So now as the technology emerges, you can trust it, or at least work to trusting it. But I think you're right. I think it's like a 10-year kind of road that it's going to take for us to get the government to really work with independent blockchain companies for them to actually work. For not to just be like, oh, we're going to invest a little bit of money and you build this, and oh, sorry, we're not going to use it. To actually use it in their communications, in their information delivery, because in the end, it is the best way to send information.
And I'll moderate what I said earlier a little bit by saying that it does depend on the vertical.
Mm-hmm.
So, like we said, the data security piece, supply chain security, those are sort of near side of that spectrum, of that decade spectrum that you could see. Because on the supply chain piece, right, some of these like repair parts in some of these unmanned vehicles or some of these satellites can be extremely expensive. The supply chain is extremely complicated, and a lot of potential for some security challenges that the DoD can't afford to have. And some of those manufacturers or third-party logistics providers that get those to where it needs to go. So I do see near-term value in companies that are utilizing blockchain on the supply chain. And people think, like, you probably have read that, like, how does that even work? Because blockchain providing digital scarcity, we're talking about a physical part that's going to go be put into a satellite. Oftentimes it's a chemical marker that is, only the end user will know where that chemical marker will be located, and they could verify, with a hash. So you do have a physical chemical marker on the device itself that will take you to that hash and provide that chain of provenance for that part. So you can't just look at the part and look at some hash and look at provenance. There has to actually, if it's a physical piece, there has to have some some sort of connection with the digital and physical world. So the chemical marker is probably the I guess most secure and confidential way to do that at this point. So to moderate what I said earlier, it's on a spectrum, right? There's some near-term stuff, but then there is the 10-year outlook for like value transfer in space. That's, you know, it's important, but it's going to take a while.
Awesome. So that's going to be getting close, so I'm just going to ask for a little bit of advice that you would give to the developers of emerging tech. You already mentioned the SBIR, non-dilutive capital resources, but what advice would you give to someone that is trying to enter the space industry with no experience? And you came from another industry, and then you as well. And then how would you encourage others to have the confidence to take on such a highly regulated industry?
I think some of the advice that we've been given is how important accessibility is. So how important the ease of usage. You want to create a product or develop something that's very easy to use. Also the cost effectiveness. How much are people willing to pay for this? And also providing a wide array of products. So, you know, with Sky-Fi, providing the imagery plus the analytics on top of it, I think that, you know, that makes a big deal as well. So I think those are the three pieces of advice I would give. But, you know, when we look at in a broader sense, and I don't want to just focus so much on, you know, our consumer or B2B or B2C market, because I think there's a lot of overlaps between, you know, national security and the verticals that we really follow as well. You know, when we look, I think the greatest companies are companies that can really solve the, you know, the national security government problems, but also the commercial technology problems as well. And I know he mentioned about funding, and, you know, you look at, you know, organizations like DIU, the Defense Innovation Unit, that fund companies that have, you know, different uses, and I think that's also very important. And if I was, I know we're running low on time, but if I was to close on anything, I think, you know, when you look at Sky-Fi, I know we kind of push, we're consumer focused, but I think it's a product for everyone, whether, you know, it's a national security, government, whether it's, you know, you or myself, or whether it's, you know, a small or medium-sized business. It's really a product for everyone to use.
So I think for me and in my perspective and where I sit, which is a little bit beyond what DIU is able to do, or SpaceWorks, where they have these SIBRs and SITR contracts that they can help seed this type of innovation to get it started. As you become more mature on the technological spectrum and you're wanting to engage more with the Department of Defense to build these systems, the most important thing in my mind is solid program management. And one thing that I think underpins that statement is conceptualizing how the Department of Defense spends their research, development, test, and training dollars. They all have to be obligated and then expended soon, but obligated within a 2-year time period. So it's risky for us to partner with somebody in the RDT&E field that can't execute on time for us to then pay them to that payment milestone. And so therefore what happens over time, if we don't make those payments and we continue to push that money into out years, Congress looks at that budget and they think that we can't execute and we can't manage our programs well. So what do? They cut to the cent of exactly what we did not spend in subsequent years' budgets. And so that's a huge risk for us, because as we continue to get cut over time, we lose credibility and we lose relevancy and we cease to exist as an organization. So when we partner with other companies in industry, we want to have that faith and confidence that who we're partnering with has that program management acumen and the principles within their organization to make sure that they deliver on time. And communicate often with us to let us know if things are going to change so that we can plan well in advance.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I mean, I think with space being very new, even though it has been around for a while, the commercial side of space, and if you look at it like you would at any other project, any other entrepreneur would look at it and say, build, build, build. What can you build? What is needed right now? What can make money right now? What would the government want to purchase from you? Build. Execution, like you said, is critical, especially, and I'm sure you know this, a lot of people in the blockchain space aren't necessarily that good at executing. And that's a nice way to say it, but, and God bless my friends. But so that's the thing, if you're gonna build, well, what is it? Okay, the worst advice that I have ever heard is what a lot of people say is build one thing and do it best. No, don't build one thing and do it best, build 5 things. One's gonna fail, one's gonna make it, one you can't build because you're defying gravity. build and just go for it. And you never know where this journey is going to take you. But if you stay in your lane, like I said earlier, and just build one thing and then it fails, it's soul crushing. But if you have 5 to 10 projects with potential that are in different stages that you move along and you bring in people and teams and you start delegating, you can actually build. Imagine if someone had told Elon to build one thing and do it best. We wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? There wouldn't even be a conversation about commercial space if that man had just built one thing. So you have to think about the paths of people that have been successful. What have they done? Another thing you need to realize is that you will fail. Everybody fails. And it's better to fail than to never fail, because you learn from these mistakes and it makes you stronger, it makes you better. So I'll leave you with this. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got was from Jason Calacanis. And he said, you are the only one who can shut your company down. You are the one that decides when the company fails. It may run out of money, you may have no employees, your product may not work, but if you don't shutter it, it's still a company. And it can still be rebooted, it can still be pivoted. And trust me, a Silicon Valley pivot is one of the best things you can do, because it shows the VCs that may not have invested in product one that you've heard their advice, you looked at the market, you saw an opportunity, you pivoted to this, and now you've got something that's investable and viable. And so for everybody here that wants to build in space, invent something, or maybe just invest in something, understand that failure comes with success. And if you're looking at a first-time founder, and he went all the way and all the way and all the way, and then he failed, and then he comes back to you with his next idea, that's who you invest in. You don't invest in the person that just went all the way to the top, because that scale, that arcing scale, doesn't teach you what the ups and downs teaches you. And trust me, when you're an entrepreneur, especially if you're super startup or pre-seed, like, it's tough, but keep the lights on. That's my piece of advice, because if you don't shut it down, it's still a company. Even if it's not making any money, even if you don't have any employees, even if it's just you on your Facebook, it's still a company until you say closed.
Couldn't say it better than my colleagues. I really haven't to add to that. I do want to make sure, though, that I got my disclosure out there. My views are my own and not the rest. I don't know about my colleague, Major Fudge. He may be permitted to speak on behalf of
No, you're exactly right. So, the views expressed by myself and not those of the Department of Defense or United States Space.
So I own my company, my boss is a dick, but he lets me talk about whatever I want. So there you go.
Awesome. Well, I think that's about wrapping it up. Are there any quick questions? We might be able to fit in one or two. I'll do a rock, paper, scissors.
Rochambeau.
Let me go. All right. This is an awesome panel. You talked about the integrity of the blockchain, which is critical. I think the whole future of blockchain and crypto. I was wondering from you, Major, or Daryl, or anyone on the panel, do you have any kind of assessment or thought, or does the DoD thought about what the threat might be for, a threat power trying to, actually hack the blockchain, maybe a country that rhymes with China? And if that is the case, what kind of opportunities are there for companies to look at information assurance and security as their business model for that? And how serious is that, or is that really a threat that's there are other priorities for the DoD?
So I can go first because it'll be quick, and the answer is I don't know. I wish I knew more about blockchain and how the DoD is harnessing that technology for potential applications, but I just really can't speak to that very well in position for that.
So again, using this room as an example, every single person in here is a node or a miner or a validator on the blockchain. And some of you might know each other, but nobody in here knows every single person here. Okay? So if you have a piece of information that's sent from point A to point B, and it gets proposed on the public blockchain, and then this entire room says that it happened. Now, what if this side of the room decides it didn't happen? Okay, well, there's more people on this side of the room, so they would never get the consensus to be able to do it. So it would have to be a true brute force attack. But the nodes typically catch these things before you can get to a 51% attack, and just doesn't allow that piece of information to be posted to the blockchain. So is it perfect? No, not yet. Are these guys, is the government going to trust it? Nope, not yet. But as the commercial side builds this, we prove time and time and time again that it's trusted. If that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I add to that a little bit? I do spend quite a bit of time thinking about this because it's kind of the nexus of the two worlds that I live in. Public blockchains, like proof of work as the consensus mechanism, is extremely, extremely hard. It uses the secure hashing algorithm 256, SHA-256, developed by one of the agencies I can't remember many years ago. I think it was NSA. And it would require a massive amount of coordination and money that only 2 state actors in the world could probably muster, right? The US and China. But the amount of time it would take would tip off the node validators. And so there's really, even beyond the 51% attack, there's a lot of defense to that I just don't foresee any state actor having the interest of trying to alter the proof of work blockchain. Proof of stake, you sacrifice a little bit of that security when you get that blockchain trilemma, you move over, get more scalability, you sacrifice a little bit of that security. Remains to be seen, but I don't think, the applications that are being built on proof of stake chains are a little bit less enticing for a state actor to want to hack. So perhaps it's okay that change was happening. And on this other end, on the enterprise side, on permission blockchains, security is certainly a challenge because you have those data silos and those honeypots that you have to think about. So I don't know, that gives you a range sort of, right? Proof of work, proof of stake. There's a couple other consensus mechanisms, proof of elapsed time, proof of transfer, very not commonly used. And then you've got the enterprise permission side. So a range of difficulty on that spectrum.
Thank you. Awesome. And we have like 2 minutes left, is it?
Sure, yeah, I'll be quick. So on the topic of like enterprise blockchains, private permission blockchains, leveraging consensus, distributed consensus to try to maintain trust amongst a group of parties that don't necessarily inherently have trust. Do you see a value in, do you see a value in potential hardware solutions to make it much more difficult or impossible to cause some of these kind of false states where you could lose consensus or break consensus?
I see a need for hardware applications to collect data so that we can get accurate information because of it. For example, with supply chain, it's one of the biggest applications that blockchain is going to change. International shipping. Think about how many boats, packages get lost, containers get lost, drugs are in there, it's humans, it's all fudged, and it all comes back down to a human who gives that information. There's always going to be someone that can take a payoff. So when we finally figure out how to automate these things using sensors and nodes and different things that like collect the data, and then the data gets a consensus on the blockchain, that's trust. So I think that's one of the big hardware applications for blockchain is the support system to use it. I mean, sure, I can send you $20 on Bitcoin on 50,000 apps that are out there right now, but who's making the sensor that collects the data when the shipping container goes through Long Beach? You know what I mean? Like that's what you have to start thinking about. It's not exciting, it's not sexy, it's just hardware. But if you're a true hardware guy, you're already probably thinking, oh yeah, I can probably spin this up pretty quickly. So that's what I would do, and then I would find out who's trying to tackle that from who's building the software or who's already in motion of trying to solve this problem, and either sell them your product or partner with them and scale it. So
there's a company here called Serious Tech that actually does that very thing.
There you go.
Hardware-based applications for shipping pallets and connexes and stuff. So,
perfect.
Awesome.
So now you know who to speak to around here, and that's gonna be the end of our time. So thank you all for sitting through this. And
well done, yes, I will happily. Hey, let's do a picture, the group picture. Come here. Get a little closer together and pretend like you like each other. There you go. There you go.
You out of here, Dave?
Perfect.
Awesome. Thank you. That was fun. That was really good. Nice job.
We should definitely chat.
Yes.
We have Megan. We have
I'm actually out of Dallas. We do a lot of policy.
You were down. The company that's interested that needs some
Is this your mobile number? I'm going to text you to get that picture from you.
I know a lot of your
Thank you.
You are somebody I need to know.
By the way, this is my fiance.
I just want to encourage people in the room outside of the room. Sorry.
I'm Vanessa.
I'm Vanessa. Kyle.
Good card.
Yeah, 2 days ago.
I'm engaged to this guy. Genius. So we're interested in this intersection of crypto and space. It's kind of
Yes, I've been working with White Company. That's brilliant. I love that. I'll come to my I don't bring any cards.
She's an investor in my
Sorry about that. I've been needing to change that, but
during the pandemic, I can't think of the property during the pandemic. So, you know, arena. But I would love to talk about
I imagine that that's probably where
whatever's easier for you. If you're coming to Vegas, I'd be happy to meet up with you for lunch or but also Zoom calls work as well. Yeah, we found a wine club, Fairchild Wine in Napa Valley. Price of $500. Oh, excellent.
now you're speaking my language. We do a lot of
Yeah, I'm a big wine guy. I've got 4 memberships around the West Coast.
I cannot believe I haven't met you before now.
I'll tell you what, if you have a lot of
Oh, we do.
Perfect. Yeah, I would love to just let me know when availability is.
So it's a good option.
Yeah, it's interesting to be sitting next to a major. It's like, no, I know my stuff.
Free workspace, whatever.
I grew up in Connecticut, and then I went to San Francisco, and then kind of went to SF, Orange County, Las Vegas, and then Vegas for 15 years.
We double the capital that's coming from the state. Space funding.
I went to the Academy there. I'm sure you saw their signs all over the city. I was there from 2003 to 2005. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I know that the 90s were even better, but the early 2000s at SF, man.
$50 million set aside to a specific fund for investing in space.
You know who Bond is going to tell you to talk to?
Agreed.
Agreed. On pensions, investments, financial services. That's the
No, it was a beautiful
I don't
city.
know if that
I used to live in Knoxville, and then I lived on Panhandle for a little bit, right across
Yeah,
the
we're talking about a bunch of different people.
no neighbor across the street type of place.
I have things like do things and I just approve them, right? So
I'm a doer.
Here's the thing, I wanted to move to Sunset, but I had to be
approver.
downtown every day for school.
Check mark.
You know what I mean? So it was like,
But yeah,
I'm not gonna do that, but I always wanted to live out there. My buddy lived in, what's the neighborhood called? My buddy lived at about 26 in California. And so when you come up over that hill, you see the other side of the Golden Bridge. Yeah, so right down the street from all that. Yes, right down the street from all that. Richmond.
Oh, now my interest is here.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Awesome, nice talking to you. Absolutely. So I don't do the LinkedIn on my phone specifically because I don't like, that stuff. So, but I do check it like once a week. So I will accept it.
Hey, Brian Cook.
The third Brian.
So one of the things that we talked about earlier was this large consortium of folks working on technology. It'd be worth talking about maybe the cybersecurity portfolio. NGB is
Hey, Brian. You recall software defined, containerized structures, right? And one of the things that we liked about the test studio is the flexibility that they had. So, been an asking for the experts, trying to get stuff on jets. That's interesting. Working with them down there, which, okay, well, nice meeting you now. Take a look at this kid systems and other things.
Very well. That's the organization action.
Right, yeah, so got it. So, 412?
It's not 40. Air National Guard Airport Reserve Command Test Center. AATC.
Okay, got it.
We've broken up AATC as I have a F-16 director test for CTF for low block F-16s. We have an A-10 CTF, we have a 730 CTF, we have an EW CTF. I've got a cyber portfolio, cyber test division, maintenance LG test division, and we house.
No, that should be sent up here. You take my spot.
Air National Guard Innovation Program Office under that as a director, and we both partner. So yeah, we need branding to align with the work.
Yeah, exactly.
You put me back there, and you'll see the official suit and an AATC badge.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, I'm sorry, this is where you're from?
From 16th Airport.
Okay. Awesome.
Hey, Lee! And then he takes her around. Ah, man, it was just to make my point.
I can do that. If you want that,
Actually, yeah.
Do you read the LinkedIn messages? No,
I can email them.
So these colleagues of mine coming in, we have stuff up here.
You got the mark? Yeah, it's Brian B. R.
Oh, you're all right. Yeah,
That's my whiteboard session.
I got you. You get the quick one. You want sweet? Going on 5 dark.
Awesome. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Okay, take care.
Anyway, the net is that we organize the whole supply chain every event. We combine it in a setting that's serving you for a QR code you can see with. And it instills trust. It also instills providence, exactly what things are going. And we're focusing on food and beverage where we could know what any product. We already have uses in the bill. And then we're working in countries that have high inflation. I don't know if we talk. She's like, so in this particular case, hey,
Totally knows one of them.
Yeah, they're all over.
if I see a million pesos on Latino, you probably won't want it because I would have to use reading money.
The other two were like, yeah, but they're not.
No, they look fragile.
What's your name?
My name's Brian.
Brian. Nice to meet you. Your name?
Hi, I'm Jim.
Jim, great.
Nice to meet you.
I'll be doing the slides for you guys.
Okay, cool. I didn't make any slides today.
I didn't.
I made them for you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Where do you want us to sit?
This is good.
Okay.
I mean, wherever you like.
Alex Water.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. It's been a long 2 days.
There's a lot of familiar
Long
faces.
3 days.
Friendly crowd.
It's like networking ended like 3 hours ago.
Can't see up over there though. It's kind of bright over there.
It's like, who's done networking at this point? Like everybody's hungover.
Yeah.
It's like, how many cups of coffee have you had?
Is this the women in the fence?
Oh, I know. This is,
You're the only guy whose feet won't touch the ground there, just saying.
you guys want to witness a fight afterwards? You gotta sort of keep thinking. The A-10 versus the F-16.
F-16 guys all have to be short, because
Yeah,
otherwise
we
the
all
blood
have to
all
be
goes
short,
down.
yeah.
You can't be tall.
A-10 guys can be big.
Yeah.
Steam Buchanan with Dan Mechanic.
Hi, thanks for being here. I know it's late in the week and it's late in the day, but I think this is going to be a really good discussion. I was just saying that my dream in life is to be in like one of those whiteboard moments where we get all the ideas and we solve the world's problems. So I think that's what we're going to have tonight. My name is Elizabeth Moon, and I work for a small IT company here in Austin. And I came up through FSN, and part of our discussion today is about bridging the gap between people who have great ideas and have never worked for federal defense. And we have these associations in place to help. We actually used to call it the Oreo. It's like an Oreo. FSN is that middle space where industry, academia, and military can work together in an ethical exchange of information. So this is going to be a discussion on how we can work together with these gentlemen and how we can all get involved in the community and network together. So I would like to introduce Mr. Brian Cook, the technical director for the 16th Air Force. And we have
Awesome. So, hi, I'm Brian. I am not the expert, right? These folks have been doing this for, what, 4 years together or something like that, but I've been in the 16th Air Force, and so I'll get into it. So I actually have slides, right? Because being the DoD, you can't go anywhere without having PowerPoint slides. I mean, just, you have to have them. Otherwise, it would be like, I don't know what I would do without them. Anyhow, I'll cover the mission in a little bit, right? But I was retired Air Force. I was in the Air Force for 23 years, largely within the signals intelligence world, working predominantly my entire time within the National Security Agency. I retired back in 2010, hired by the Air Force. Air Force like, you know what, this thing called cyber IT stuff, right, is starting to take some roots. And we really need to figure out from an intelligence perspective, what is it that we need to provide to best enable cybersecurity and defense, but also what can we gather from cybersecurity or cyber operations, right? So it was really kind of a for and from kind of look. And so they brought me on, and then just recently I moved into my new position, which is the 16th Air Force Technical Director. So again, thank you for being here. And what I like about this, so thank you, Elizabeth, is that I would love to learn from you, because I'm guaranteeing that I don't have probably any of the answers, but I want to know how we can leverage the white middle within the Oreo, right, to enable us to do the things that we need to be able to do. Okay, so that's it.
Yeah, Lieutenant Colonel Alex Goldberg, go by Stoiky. Background, was prior enlisted in the Air Force, pilot in the Air Force, F-16s, MQ-1s, MQ-9s, a whole bunch of different stuff, doesn't matter. Worked at DARPA for a little bit as a Service Chief Fellow for the Air Force. Stanford GSB. Currently, I am the Director of the Defense Innovation Unit here in Austin. We have headquarters in Silicon Valley, here in Austin, Boston, Chicago, and in DC at the Pentagon. And we accelerate the adoption of commercial technology inside of the DoD. I'll let you, Jim, go with your little intro, and then we'll
on the Ensign side. Yeah, so a lot of familiar faces. Nice to meet everybody. Jim Raybuck. So I'm the regional director here at Ensign for the Southwest. Also a Texas Guardsman. I have the aerodynamics of an infantry officer. So we have our many Air Force friends. But
I'm in the Air National Guard in Texas.
So Ensign, it is part of DIU. So you have core DIU, which is DIU like Alex. Then you have NSIC, which does hardware investments, that sort of thing. And then you have Ensign, which does a lot of our engagement with academia, early stage industry, and building the network with our DoD partners. So the way that we're oriented, myself here, we have PAC South, PAC North, we have Rocky Mountain, and we have several folks over on the East Coast, so down in Florida, in the DC area, and then in the Northeast. But what Ensign really is it's a conglomeration of multiple programs that really facilitate engagement with our DoD partners. So if a DoD partner says, hey, we want to do X, Ensign can facilitate that engagement with our universities and with our industry partners. So if a startup or a university researcher wants to work with the DoD, they can do that. And we do that through sometimes fellowships, capstones, and even investing money in companies at a small amount, not as much as DIU, but it really opens that initial door and that creates that catalyst.
So we have quite a bit of experience between all three of us, and happy to take the conversation anywhere you guys want. I mean, we're here for you guys for the next hour. Depending upon whether you want to understand how to work with the DoD, the different opportunities and different pots of money, and navigating the bureaucracy of the DoD and getting contracts with the DoD, and why would you want to work with the DoD, the pros, the good, the bad, the ugly. We've been there, done that. We're triple black belt, like little ninja Sherpas from Mount bureaucracy of the DoD. So, just to raise your hands, who has companies that currently have contracts with the DoD now? Okay. Who has not but wants to? Great. So most of the people here who have worked, and those contracts, were they SBIRs or through DIU, or where have those contracts come from?
Mix.
Mix?
Mix. Definitely mix.
Super Sitter?
Maybe one idea is also what was the initial contract, right? So a big discussion is not just if you have one, it's what was that initial one? What catalyzed that initial ramp into working with the DoD? Does anybody have a story?
What was the first one, and you were like, hey, this was pleasant enough that I'm going to continue to do this again?
$25,000 open topic.
From AFWorks?
From AFWorks.
Okay.
And then it's taken off since, but just a little $25,000 award.
Okay.
Awesome. Do you know who the end user is that you were working with? Like who the military user was?
Locally, it's the 6th CST, which is part of the National Guard WMD response.
Yep.
Okay.
Director Phase 2 with AF North through ACC.
Awesome. And happy to write down questions. Whatever questions that you have, knowing that you have our full undivided attention, anything from the cyber world to how we interact with communities and who we're working with across the country, more about our organizations, other pots of money that you may not realize, focus areas where the DoD cares about on any of your particular technologies. Go for it.
I do have a question for you from the DoD perspective, or excuse me, from the DIU perspective.
Yeah.
So what is the point of departure for decision making? Worked for DIU against your end user, your customer, for which you're kind of soliciting interest. I ask, gone through the process 4 times. 3 of those times been down selected for the second round, and then it's just kind of gone away after like the second round. Most recently with the Task Force 59 through the maritime autonomy piece. So curious, just like where that point of departure for decision making for selection comes, and like is there veto power, and is it shared, and whatever you can share from that perspective.
Yeah. So the way DIU just as a process, we work with the government customer. Let's say said customer comes to us and goes, hey, in the budget we have to buy next generation radios, and we have $100 million to buy next generation radios. But we don't know what the best radios that are out on the market. Now, typically they put it on sam.gov and they get the same 5 defense primes, and they charge $100 million just to think about the problem of what that next generation radio is. They come to us, we put a single paragraph or 2 paragraphs on our website, close it in 2 weeks. We normally get 100 applicants. And that's a lot. And the reason is because all we require is a 15-page slide deck. Everyone has a 15-page slide deck, they throw it to us. We take a look. From that 100, we will then go to what you have experienced, which is that round 2. Now round 2, it feels more like a Shark Tank. So we invite you to Silicon Valley and you pitch us. And we have people from Lincoln Labs or MIT, we have Stanford, we have technical folks, we have operators, we have the government customers, we have people within DIU, and our technical analysts. And we will do the business intelligence around the company. We know who's on your cap table. We do counterintelligence on the people in your company. We do the business intelligence. We do a socioeconomic mapping. And so we provide all this information, but DIU does not do the selection. We don't get to have any part. We're just a wingman. So we'll provide all of that information to the government customer. Now, if that government customer walked into there going, hey, I already kind of have an idea of what radio we kind of want to select, great. Most people in the DoD, they just want a faster horse, because that's all they know. Often is the case when we open up to the commercial market, we show them a tank, or a plane, or a hypersonic vehicle. And often is the case they go, I didn't even know that was a thing. That exists. You know, synthetic fuels, like literally we can take air and water and electricity and we can make jet fuel. Or we can suck out air and we can spit out water. So things that most people within the DoD don't know that it's viable, or that it's viable economically at the rate, and all the value propositions fall in. So yes, some of those companies fall out because when we do the counterintelligence on the companies, maybe their cap table has too much foreign influence. Sometimes there is absolutely, when we do the technical analysis, this is just repackage of maybe old technology. We didn't catch that on the first round. Now we're starting to talk with the company, and we just recognize that comparatively to everything else, look, you have 100 companies, we down select to and we only select 1 to 3. It's going to be the very best 1 to 3 companies that are out there. And sometimes it's just the particular use case. So it's not because your technology is necessarily bad. It was just that particular use case, the Navy was hoping for that. Maybe if it was an Air Force problem set, the Air Force would have loved other value propositions that would have put you guys ahead.
Yeah.
But DIU doesn't make the determination at the end of the day, full stop. The government customer makes the selection. The reason why? Because they have to transition it. So if I pick the technology and they're like, I didn't like what you picked, the odds of them actually buying into it and buying the $100 million of the radios are very little. Versus, hey, we're giving you the smorgasbord of options, you chose the radio. Governmental and just large organizational psychology. It's no different than wives, girlfriends, significant spouses to other significant spouses. You got to convince them that it was like their idea. And to any organization, the Navy comes up with this great thing, the Air Force is like, well, it wasn't designed in the Air Force, right? Or the Army, well, it wasn't designed in the Army. So we have to have we use special psychological warfare techniques to make sure everyone feels like they were the one that discovered.
Yeah.
It's like this is this great technology, and you Navy are the foremost experts at this. What do you think? And they go, this is great. And you go to the Air Force and go, you are the foremost expert in this technology. What do you think? Oh, you think you like it too? Great. You both like it, and let's do a joint project. But they both have to come to the conclusion on their own. So it's not as simple as DIU is the selecting entity. Obviously, we influence that. But the person that you would be leaning on is that government government partner.
The filter more than anything. So can I have another piggyback question on DIU? You guys just got a great plus up in your budget this year. What will that kind of be used for in the expansion of the bridging the gap from DoD to industry?
Yeah. So just real quick. Our energy portfolio. So one is Mike Brown, our director, went to our leadership, and Mike Brown is no longer with our organization. But on his way out, he kind of threw the grenade, and the grenade was, in essence, look, you, Secretary of Defense, and all of our leadership, they talk about commercial technology. That for every $1 in R&D that we have, industry, the Googles, the Apples, the Facebook, the venture capital, private industry, has $11. And then the question is, well, if China has increased their defense budget by 10x, their GDP by the end of the decade will be larger than ours. Their military budget, their R&D budget will be larger than ours. 40% of all STEM graduates will come from China, 3.6% from the United States. We are not ready to go to war with China right now. Every simulation that we've had for the last 5 years, we lose. And it's not even close. So you look at that and you go, well, the thesis about DIU and Ensign and all of our organizations and all the innovation culture that we have is to help us modernize faster by leveraging commercial technology. And our R&D budget this year was larger than it's ever been in the history of the United States. And they cut our budget. They cut DIU. They cut the entity that is forward-facing, working with the venture capital private equity community to try to invest in us. We're trying to influence those $11 to invest in the things we care about. And they cut our budget. And so Mike Brown said, you guys aren't really serious about really doubling down. While that's going on, the administration has $40 billion that they're investing in energy. We have $1 billion in projects that we haven't put out on the street yet. $1 billion. We don't have the program managers to execute all of them. DIU's energy portfolio last year had 2 people. In the last 4 months, we've hired 30 people, so I mean, we have like 35 program. I am not a PM, but now I am, right? So I'm a PM in the energy portfolio. I'm also in the cyber portfolio. I'm the director here. I'm the Air National Guard director. We all wear like 60, hats. But this is one of those situations where we have a number of projects from the Navy, Department of Energy, and a number of our portfolios that people are starting to realize that, wait a second, they use DIU from the government customers. Doesn't cost them anything on contracting. We pay for the program management. We're up at OSD, so if there's a policy issue, we'll just bulldoze it. And so right now, we just have an influx of business of government customers now that they want to use us, and we don't have enough program management. So that's, in essence, the plus up to go, you say you want to leverage commercial technology, and you want, all of the POs and to use us. Now they are, and we don't have enough bodies, and so plus us up so we can handle the bodies to be able to do the contracting and the execution of the projects, nonetheless. But
there's an additional piece of that too, is that there are certain areas, and it's great to have you guys here for this because, in particular, we say 1 to 11 in certain industries. It's like 1 to 80 in
especially in cyber. I mean, it's like 100 to 1.
Yeah, you look at AI, you look at quantum. Those are fields where our 1 to 11 is more like 1 to 100, where you have certain industries like Google and Apple and Facebook that are just investing insane amounts. And I think for the DoD perspective is our technical chops are just they're just not there. We just don't understand. We're focused so on operations so heavily that our ability to look forward is challenged. So that's where when we talk about DIU and we talk about Ensign, like it's critical where it comes down to saying how do we connect the innovators, the folks that are out there thinking about the next startup, the next big thing from a commercial standpoint, and then bridging that gap to our DoD partners that are saying, this is where we are now, this is where we are 2 years from now, and this is where we think that we're going to be in 10 years. So I think that those are also, when we start looking at the critical areas, that becomes really, really important.
Yeah, DIU focus AI, autonomy, cyberspace, human systems, and advanced energy. But cyber, look, by the time a piece of cyber software comes out, and we're even contemplating on purchasing it, let alone purchasing it, let alone creating requirements, it's already out of date. The ability to update software and to update vulnerabilities and the sophistication in which the cybersecurity apparatus is, we need to move faster. And so, right, 16th Air Force has been an unbelievably great partner. I mean, San Antonio is Mecca. People like Guy Walsh from the National Security Collaboration Center. This is a whole of government, whole of society kind of approach in order to be able to move faster. Cybersecurity it goes into everything. It doesn't matter if it's AI, it doesn't matter if it's autonomy, humans. I mean, there's nothing that cybersecurity does not touch. But really, a lot of the companies that we need to be aware of, a lot of them are in stealth mode. I mean, it comes from people like you that let us know what's on the leading edge. In turn, right, there are many companies that come out of DARPA or right from our labs that we have funded commercially and that we want to expose to the venture capital. We want to be able to expose to 16th Air Force. We want to be able to, we meet with General Nakasone once a month, the commander of U.S. Cyber Command. When is General Hawk taking that over?
Another year.
Another year. But the point is, right, it is a collaboration of idea. When we get outside of our echo chamber and we talk to industry, this is when we start understanding things that we did not know existed. We always just go after the faster horse because that's all we know. So this dialogue with FSN, this dialogue with NSCC and many of these organizations are critical to inform us and for us to be, look, we had the director of cybersecurity policy at the White House here at the Capitol Factory on Friday. And we're having this discussion with her of, look, just getting an ATO, like someone wants to work with the DoD and I got this software and it solves all your problems and we love it, except I can't
What's
use
an ATO?
Yeah, sorry, authorization to operate. So I can't connect your software and I can't put it on our military networks. And I can't do that because the process is rocket science. I mean, it is rocket science.
So something that might be helpful is walking through, like, kind of as we dive into cybersecurity, can you walk us through, like, really 16th floor, 16th
So I'll walk through, so we're far more than cybersecurity, right, within 16th Air Force. Just for terms of reference, so I'll try to do well at not using acronyms, but if I throw them out and you don't know what they are, throw a water bottle at me or whatever the case, and we'll go ahead and address it. So, I'm not gonna go through all of this, but you'll hear some of it where we talk about operations in the information environment, right? So the information environment is people, organizations, and systems that do what? They collect, process, they do things with the information. We within 16th Air Force, right, so we are all been together for about 3 years. We merged 2 organizations together. The 2 organizations previously, still both in San Antonio, was a 24th Air Force that was responsible for all cyberspace IT type operations, so offensive, defensive, and cybersecurity. And then we merged that with 25th Air Force that had electronic warfare type activities, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and things of that nature. So we're now responsible for something that's called information warfare, which if you look at these types of operations down below, so you'll see cyberspace operations, information operations, the ISR piece, weather, all of that comes together, and when you use them in an integrated manner, convergence, you can achieve some great outcomes. So what I'm gonna do is just kind of walk through then missions of where we're at and get into that just a little bit more. Okay, so slide please. Mission, I talked about that stuff basically. The lines of effort, the first one we talk about generating insights is to understand the environment and understanding the actual adversary better than maybe they understand themselves, right? What are their centers of gravity? What are their tactics, techniques, and procedures? Things of that nature, right? So understanding them better than than they understand themselves. Competing now, our new commander is Lieutenant General Kennedy, and he'll highlight to you that we're in competition each and every day right now. We have great Americans that are doing great things, but we are competing in the information environment with the adversary every day. So the China, the Russia, you name it, we're competing each and every day. He would also highlight that not only are we competing every day in that regard, but from a Russia perspective, even though we're not in a conflict with them, he would identify that as an actual crisis right now. We're in a crisis mode with Russia, just on the state of play with the things going on in Ukraine in particular. And then preparing for escalation. So as a military, as part of the Department of Defense, we always have to be ready for conflict. And so we're constantly preparing and making sure that our forces are ready and able to execute the missions that they would be assigned to do things on behalf of our nation. Slide. We're competing today. All of these things are going on from activities out in space, cyberspace, taking intellectual property, you name it. So Russia, China. And last week, I think it was last week or the week prior, I can't remember, so I was at the Air Force Association conference that was in the capital region, and our Secretary of the Air Force highlighted, right, the number one threat, the number one thing that we have to be able to address, right here, China, China, and China. And then we have pesky Russia that's floating around out there that we all have things going on that we need to be able to handle as well. Slide. 16th Air Force has wing organizations, right? Wings are comprised of anywhere from like 1,000 up to, 6,000, 7,000 people within that organizational structure. Starting off just real quickly here, we have our Air Force Technical Application Center stationed out in Cocoa Beach, Florida. They partner a lot with the International Atomic Energy Agency, right? So they do a lot of the nuclear detection and monitoring across the globe. So when you have events, they're the folks that are out there monitoring those and tipping the Department of Defense leadership and the President and others on whether or not there was actually something that happened from a nuclear perspective. The 70th ISR Wing, Fort Meade, Maryland. Predominantly what you see there is those are airmen, and they're presented into the National Security Agency. So they are predominantly working on behalf of the National Security Agency, which is a Department of Defense organization. The 363rd, they do your all-source targeting, if you will. So they're the ones that are trying to take disparate sources of data to make sense of it. And then if in fact we were given an order to do something in the information environment or elsewhere, or put an actual bomb somewhere, these are the folks that are gonna actually do that development. 480th, there's a lot of intel here, right? So this is intel here. These are the folks that fly the platforms. So these fly high altitude U2s, and they operate at about 60, 70,000 feet, right? And so when you go out and you're flying with them, they actually suit up as an astronaut, right? Because they're so high up that they have to actually have oxygen fed into them as they're flying. 55th Wing, they fly all of basically our Southwest jets, but they're the folks that are out there doing peacetime aerial reconnaissance, right? So they're sucking up the trons and trying to, again, help to make sense of the environment. 319th Reconnaissance Wing, they control our Global Hawk. So they fly at about 60,000 feet. They too are sucking up trons and feeding that into elements within the structure to make sense. 557th Weather Wing, right? Fairly new to our organization, been with us for about 3 years. Global Sensors, and they do some great things. Folks are like, why that weather, that doesn't make any sense to be in an information warfare numbered Air Force. But the insights that they gain, weather impacts operations, understanding that is, you know, in the environment, they can make a lot of sense of things, and actually they have a lot of high power computing structures, and so they're actually helping in innovative ways us to address some of our top challenges and problems. 67th Cyber Wing, second from the right over there. Those are the folks that predominantly make up our airmen that we have that support U.S. Cyber Command operations. So those are predominantly your offensive and defensive operators that are out there doing fantastic things. And then finally, the 688th, those are the folks that maintain the Air Force portion of the information network, right? So the information network, part of the Department of Defense information network, you know, there's, what is it, about 885,000 endpoints that they're responsible for. There's over 1 million users, and they are constantly trying to figure out how to make sure that cyber and security and defense of all of these missions, but Air Force-wide weapon systems, et cetera, are secure and able to execute their mission sets. And so, huge mission there. And maybe we'll get into some of the discussions. I know we talked about cybersecurity. That's predominantly our big cybersecurity arm there, but we have, as you can see, a whole lot. Customers up above, I'm not going to get into all of them. There's a customer base, right? Slide. And yeah, information warfare, it's here. We're competing, as I mentioned, each and every day right now with some of those that we saw on the slide earlier. Slide. Global presence. We have over 40,000 people within our numbered Air Force. We have over 120 different locations that these airmen operate out of, and a lot of them are 24/7. And so, I think that is my last slide. Okay, there we go. That sets the foundation. So we're an operational arm. We know that we need innovators, we need folks that are able to look at problem sets critically, because as was highlighted here, folks are so involved in their day-to-day operations, they have a hard time breaking away to come to events like this, to hear the innovative thoughts. And oh, by the way, if we know that we have, because I've been in the job for two months, right? So I'm learning this as I go. So if I have those needs and requirements, you didn't hear me talk about needs and requirements here, right? Because I was told, yeah, there's a different venue and a different manner in which you would share what those are with potential industry partners, right? So things that we're looking at, and maybe it's not a great idea, but I've been talking with my team on is, okay, do we go to sam.gov and put out broad area announcements and other things that are more technical in nature, CSOs, acronym escapes me, but the ability to put them out there, so then it allows what? It allows you all on an equal basis to see them, to submit stuff that could be relevant, and then we establish an internal process where we can ingest and then look to see if in fact those capabilities actually could help to support our operational activities.
Awesome.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions. I mean,
I know one of the, oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, so one of the things that we came here though to talk about, I think, right, was in the title somewhere along the way, right, was talking about, right, private organizations and the importance of. And I will tell you that super important, those relationships that we have. Because you all are the ones, and I'm not saying, I don't know how many are actually part of private organizations, but you're the ones in the communities, right, that have the nice touch points. You're the ones that are helping to promote STEM initiatives. You're the folks that are helping to bring folks together to various venues so that we can have these discussions and so we can gain energy behind them, right? You're the ones that maybe you're not the elements that are there from a technical technology perspective trying to push things forward, and that's not where your area of expertise is. But if you understand the things of the folks that are serving, maybe it's a, holy smokes, how do we make sure that they have the right healthcare structure, the right schools, the right in place that enables a lot of this, so that the folks that are doing these things, right, you establish that community, and all of a sudden folks are like, ooh, I don't want to leave these locations because the community is so powerful. We want to serve, we want to make a difference. You know, by the way, private organizations help to bring a lot of that together. Yes, sir?
Jason Hall, DCS, from the inside, because I was Air Force for 24 years, and now the outside. Many of these people that have effects that can help you do your mission, the stumbling block, let's say they go from SBIR phase 1 through 3, it's the ATO process. And back when I was in, I don't think it's changed much. If you modernize that, you'll have the tools that you need to meet the future threats to our nation. And so there is algorithms and ways to modernize that and make it less painful. It should only take about a month with really smart people looking at it once the algorithms are done, but it takes about a year. You can pay companies to get that faster, but it's expensive. So
completely agree.
One of the things that out to you guys.
Yeah, one of the things. Number one, that's what I talked to the White House on Friday about. That was a huge topic. Beyond CMMC, which is that 4-letter word that let's not talk about. It is in essence the concept of this ATO. What we're doing at DIU now with our projects is we'll do the ATO, and when we do the ATO, it has reciprocity across the entire joint services. Unlike just doing it with the Air Force, and then the Army doesn't want well, we need to do the ATO process ourselves. I mean, you have a certification to field, but we're not going to give you an authorization to operate on not our network. I don't care what the Air Force does, right? Or NSA goes, well, I don't care what the Air Force does. We're the NSA, so we got to do it again. When you do it with DIU, now we have authorization of reciprocity across the joint services. You don't have a choice. It's kosher now. So this is one of those things that when we talk to the White House director that to kind of mandate some of these policies or to create these kind of like universal ATOs and to make it easier. We don't even provide the education. It's the cyber hygiene when companies even start companies. It's, if you try to think about cybersecurity after the fact and duct tape it, sometimes it's impossible or costs more to then strap it on than, so to speak, than it did if you had originally started that way. So these are topics that she was abundantly aware of. They mandate that we have the cybersecurity, but give no tools and no resources. If you want to trade internationally, you go to trade.gov, and we have regional outposts. There's nothing for cybersecurity. And so trying to leverage organizations and nonprofits like the National Security Collaboration Center, being able to educate the public, providing resources and education for companies to be able to make it easier. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we want to buy the technology, and we can't connect it to the network. I mean, we're ultimately frustrated as well, let alone you guys going, I don't want to use DoD as a vertical. It's not a viable option for me because I just don't want to have to deal with the cybersecurity crowd, So I get it.
We can solve that because many of you I've had conversations out the last couple of days, and that's the underlying thread. I've got this great technology. Yep. I got a SBIR phase 1, it went to phase 2, got phase 3. No one can tell me the magic sauce to get it to run on the network. So you solve that, and you got a lot of people that have the answers that you need.
And Mike Madsen, who was our director for DIU, he was here the last couple days, and that was one of those things where, with contracting, making it fast and being able to get on contract in 60 to 90 days, and using OTs and using our commercial solutions opening process, hey, that's great. What's next? Right? It's cybersecurity. It's how do we get people, facility clearances into the secret side? How do we actually get just talent into our organizations? There's a number of other barriers that are just beyond just ATO. But yes, after contracting, this is one of those targets that are clearly in his crosshairs, such that now DIU actually has this reciprocity across the joint services. Now the question is, hey, can we then scale that across all the other services, or can we expand that division to help the other services? So yes, it is keenly aware of it sucks.
Part of that as well is, as companies are going through this, and many of you, like, it sounds like there's several companies in here. I think the difference is a lot of people pursuing SBIRs, right? They consider it research, right? Or this is a research pathway. I think you have to do a couple things in parallel. Like your business development team needs to be immediately working on how do we get into that ATO? Like how do we become a compliant organization in the event that this SBIR does take hold? So that when, let's say that you hit that SBIR phase 3 and you're actually looking for getting your next contract, you're not starting at zero on that business development. I think that a lot of companies don't split that within their organization. They're thinking, just put everything into SBIR, we'll consider this part of our BD pipeline, versus saying, no, this needs to be separated out, and it's a different skill set, right? Your SBIR team is your technical chops shaping, this is the technical product, versus the ATO process is a very different team that's saying, okay, how do we need to build, like, make sure that our company is compliant to meet the needs of the Air Force or the Army or whoever, so that that product, once the contract hits, is ready to go.
And we need to make it easier, so absolutely. Definitely something we're tracking.
No, it's not an easy solve.
So, yeah. We'll come back.
I was just wondering about the link between 16th Air Force and DIU, Ensign. Is there any thought to having these guys help solve your problems? Or from my perspective, if I have the super gizmo that's going to solve all your problems, do I talk to 16th Air Force and how so? Or do I go to guys like Stoic and Jim?
So we need to improve this relationship here, right? So I met Jim, I don't know, a couple months ago when this event was coming up. Somebody said, hey, you need to talk to Jim. He's the Southwest director. And so I talked to Jim. And then he's like, oh, you need to talk to Alex. And so I've worked with his organization, but out in Silicon Valley on previous endeavors. Long answer, you could reach out to any of us and we would figure it out, right? So General Kennedy has me for any academic and vendor engagements. He has me as kind of the entry point, right? And so we've established a structure and a process by which we take in requests to meet and et cetera, and then we run them through the organization and the structure that we need to run it through, and then we see if it actually works to where we can actually meet. I want to though, so, you know, meetings are great, right? But they don't get us to the end quick enough. It takes forever in a doggone day. And so I hear operators like, oh my God, we got to do this, we got to do this. I hear leadership talking about, oh, we need to, you know, better automate and allow the humans to use cognitive power in other areas, right? And let the machines do the machine business, right? The things that they're better at. But holy smokes, it's like pulling teeth trying and so far, right? Trying to make some of that happen in a very timely manner. So I'm super interested. When I was at AFA a little over whenever that was again, you know, so you had a couple bigs. I don't remember the bigs, but it was like a Microsoft and a Google, and then had a small business individual that was on the stage as well. And that was his thing. He's like, holy smokes, within the Department of Defense, it takes you all forever to move. He said on average, a certain projects, it's like 3 years. He said, if you can't get it done in less than a year, you're irrelevant. You need to move over.
So sure, and companies like yours will definitely put on our sales force, and anytime there's an opportunity that aligns with you, absolutely you'll be able to see those solicitations. We've done many projects with 16th Air Force, and you know you're relatively new on board, and obviously we'll be great friends. You know, you're just down the street in San Antonio, and wanting to leverage our resources and capabilities, obviously, to help 16th Air Force, just like we do with Air Force IMSC and ATC and all the other, Global Strike Command and everybody else. But yeah, I mean, it's for cybersecurity, it also depends upon your stage of your company, whether we'll refer you back to the Rapid Reaction Technology Office, maybe even all the way back to basic fundamental applied research if you're doing something really new, novel, and creative that really is on the cutting edge, out to DARPA or even our service labs. So try to set you up for success, but where you guys are at, maybe even post-revenue, and you actually have a commercial product and you're off to the races, then yes, then that's where a DIU or going to a phase 3 SBR really comes in.
I'll come at this from maybe a different angle of like, hey, there's kind of individual pathways for everything, but I think that there's a couple core things to think about for everybody in this room. One is often we talk about process, like what are the mechanisms to engage, right? So how are we pulling in what's important to the organization? So there's a difference between a grassroots effort, right? So if we want to engage with them, we say, this is a grassroots effort, and we're going to start with this E6 that says, hey, I have this great idea, but they have many times they're not looking at what is the 2-year, what's the 6-year, 10-year strategy of this organization, right? So you always have to be careful when you're looking at SBIR, SCTR type stuff where you're saying, we're going to tackle this, and it's something that's adoption ready now versus this is something when we're looking at fighting by 2030, 2035, that's a different conversation. Another thing that hopefully resources use that, and something we've talked about a lot is, what are the things that you need when you want to go work with the DoD? So when we start talking about 16th Air Force, and Will, I know you will, so pick on you and say, if you want to work with 16th Air Force, what we need to go forward and ask them and say, what are the people that you need to accomplish proving out what you do? What are the resources that they need to have available? What are the facilities? What's the equipment? Because if we can't convey that in an effective way, in a simple, like, here's the concept of how we will run a pilot or a test, we can't even get to like facilitating that. So if you're somebody that hasn't ever worked with the DoD, if you're thinking about it, or if you're a DoD member, that's to equip the industry or researchers to go work with the DoD, you need to start thinking through like, what are the tangible assets that need to be available to make that happen? And then I think that the other piece is, when we start talking mechanisms, specifically within Ensign, we start looking at what is the long-term plan on how we can pull out problem sets that align with whatever the strategic initiative is. Because it's very easy for us to go and say, give us all your problems. Like we'll go pull like 1,000 of them, but then you're just kind of running around. You're like without intent. There's not purpose behind it. Versus saying, if we go to the commander and we say, what is it that you want to put money to? What are the things that are important to you in the near term? Maybe it's people. Then all of a sudden that points us in a direction where we can start working with that. So it's kind of chicken and the egg. It's a lot of times it's saying, somebody stepping up and saying, everybody just follow me. We're gonna go, kind of pull us along. That's something that I think Alex has done really well within the environment is you don't know, I don't know, but let's start moving this, and you start getting people behind it. And I think that's where a lot of when we start talking engagement with industry in the process, is somebody just kind of has to stand up and say, I'm gonna take some risk here. And
let me just talk, for cyber, there's a place called the Cyber Proving Ground down in San Antonio. And they have an environment that if you have a piece of software and you actually want to showcase it to an entity like 16th Air Force, that is a great entry in an unclassified environment where you can provide them your software. And as we're talking about organizations in the community that can actually help, that they are funded, through other means. And so you can give them your software, and it's an opportunity for 16th Air Force and many of the other organizations to actually see the technology in a relevant environment, and they do an assessment, and they see whether the juice is worth the squeeze. And they help us kind of filter before it actually gets to a point where let's then have a conversation and figure out, how we can get you on the classified side and actually, take it to the next level. But figuring out what are those entities, what are those gatekeepers that, that are in the community that you can leverage to be able to prove out some of that software, that's where you're able to talk to us and we're able to connect you to the right entity. In that case, the Cyber Proving Ground, is a great resource.
So I'll just let you know, so the Cyber Proving Ground, was stood up by one of our predecessor organizations, the 24th Air Force, transitioned into our lifecycle management structure. It is only right now an internally looking thing. So it looks only internally to the things that they actually develop. It doesn't do that it was stood up to do, which was actually bring in outside vendors and capabilities and actually look at them based on the requirements and having, mini bake-offs, if you will. That right now does not exist. Just sharing.
No. Walk through the organizations that do exist there, such as a partnership intermediary agreement, just so folks understand what those are, right?
PS is a good thing.
Because there are ways to do that, and obviously we're trying to work that, establish that with both Air Force Lifecycle Management, with U.S. Cyber Command. But I think the concept of PIA is important to this group.
Yeah. Is everybody familiar with what a PIA is? Has anybody ever heard of it? So, anybody want to take a stab at it? I think, Guy,
So the partnership intermediary agreement are formed typically to tackle specific challenges. And again, what they do is there's that intermediary, that piece in the middle to do that ethical combination. And instead of the DoD and the operational units, such as 16th Air Force, doing that and going straight out and talking to the small businesses and innovators, there's an organization that puts that together for the DoD. And we typically do it off-site to make it easier for the folks in this room to get there instead of having to get through the 25 stages and everything else to get into a classified area. And you do it within that environment, an unclassified environment. And then and so that is funded specifically to do that, to give this opportunity to the folks in the room to do that.
And there's 8 of them, right?
I think there's about 11 now.
11? Okay.
I mean, there's some great ones on the East Coast, there's some great ones, and so when we came here, the key was
You're like,
unreal.
we're here.
I work for Nautilus.
Oh!
Then why didn't you jump
We have a PA inside the room. I'm interested here.
I'm actually the program manager for Nautilus, and that's exactly what we do.
Who do you guys focus on?
Naval X and
Okay.
NAVSEA
Yep.
focus. But we're a subsidiary of Defense Works, so we have several that do the exact same thing for specific services. Because that is the biggest issue. Like, I'm retired Army, I did Intel, Cyber,
Got my
but
Army
even when
colors.
you go into the business sector, even as a veteran, trying to get through all the steps and making sure that you're scaling up your business in such a way where you meet all the requirements can be like going through a forest for most business owners. So it is very hard to maneuver that if you don't have someone that's telling you step by step, this is what you need to do for your business to be compliant. So the PIAs are awesome for small business owners. We literally bring industry to government partners. That is what we do. We facilitate events. We go through whatever the government's requirements are, kind of break it down in layman's terms, and then we facilitate events that bring those businesses to the government so that you have that space to actually pitch your technology, pitch how you feel that you can meet that need, and it pretty much gives you a way in the door, so to speak.
And for Texas, we're working that to establish that, hopefully in San Antonio. But sometimes it's so U.S. Cyber Command has a great one. If you ever just want to Google Dreamport, right? So Dreamport is one that we stood up from U.S. Cyber Command. Now what we want to do is within Texas, how do we best support those organizations that are in Texas? It'll be, how do we best support 16th Air Force? How do we best support the mission of U.S. Army North? How do we best support some of those things that are going on up here in the Austin? So we're really trying to say what is the right element, and then who are the right people to sponsor. Yours is sponsored by AFWorks. We're working across with Air Force Research Lab on the research side, with 16th Air Force, with U.S. Cyber Command, with Air Force Lifecycle Management, and across the board to say how do we make sure we're supporting the people who need this. In this case, I'm going to put to Brian since he's one on the stage, but exactly how do we best align that? Because as you described, your missions are far beyond and are broader than what U.S. Cyber Command does. So a partnership intermediary agreement directly to support U.S. Cyber Command may not meet all of General Kennedy's needs. So, but we owe that to you because again, we need that in Texas and it doesn't exist right.
Amen.
There's one right now in particular. So StrikeWorks is one that I like pointing to. So they work closely with Air Force Global Strike Command, right? And then you have the one up in Montana State University. I can't remember who they focus on.
You have 3 in Colorado that are supporting space and Northcom, Catalyst Campus.
Yep. And so where this turns into something that becomes really useful is that, just like they said, it turns into this place where you can kick off so many different types of projects with the DoD very quickly. And I think within 16th Air Force, it would be an amazing vision would be like, what does it look like for a P to support every single MAGCOM across the country? Like, is that something that would be valuable? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I think particular mission sets aligns with a little bit better, but I know that it would be amazing to see one at UTSA. I don't know how we would get that done, but.
Well, it's in the works, and when we say UTSA, I use the broader term San Antonio, because when we do that, I want some of the events to be happening at Capital Factory, and down at Techport, and outside Brian's Gate. And so I look at it a little bit broader than just saying at UTSA, but obviously we're working hard to establish it. But I think, and again, we would be bringing that stuff as much up here to Army Futures Command and this area. So yeah, we'll keep working on that, and I'll keep working with Brian Stoicky and the team. But that is in the works right now.
It appears great. Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so how are you assisting with the conversion part, like you talked about, right, going from phase 2 to phase 3, your program of record, and kind of, how are you kind of ushering the expansion of more customers? Because sometimes, it gets a little bit compartmentalized, like you talked about that capability, and pushing to like TAC5, Strat5, or like just expanding the conversion of any sort. Some of the rough road.
Yeah, so one of the things we just stood up was this initiative called Catalyst. And the concept here is that a lot of the joint community, right, AFWorks, Army Applications Lab, or we are, or Ensign, the Marine Innovation Unit, Naval X, everyone gets an innovation unit, right? And they're all focused on their particular service. But when there is alignment, why not be able to leverage our own resources, our capability, our funding? And some of our authorities doesn't allow us to like mix our money, like problems that China does not have, right? They don't have to worry about colors of money, right, or things like that. But we do. But if we have an OT and we're investing in a company, and really to get it all the way to where, let's say, a government customer needs, it requires 10 milestones. And we're gonna fund 6. And maybe AFWorks does an SBIR to fund maybe 7 and 8. An Army Application Lab will do another SBIR that fund 9 or 10. What is that entity that is actually coalescing that unity of effort? Because right now there's many companies that we like and we're all investing in the same companies, but we're not talking to each other and we don't know what's on each other's contract and we're all moving 100 miles an hour. So Catalyst is one of those things, and the first catalyst is really around energy. Accelerating our energy independence. The projects that we have, we, on a weekly basis, share it with all the rest of the DoDX community, and they share it with us. And so we're keeping track of that. So one is we're deconflicting, in essence, fires. We're deconflicting the information and the companies that we have. When there is alignment that, hey, the Navy has the same problem that the Marines are having, and the Air Force is also trying to save the same problem, hey, how can we all work together to share program management or contract vehicles or whatever to actually all put money into the kitty, buy down risk collectively, and leverage our resources, subject matter expertise, right? There's a lot of joint programs from a Radar Fund that's $1 billion to all of these different new pots of money that they're throwing out there to go, if you work jointly together, then you guys can all tap into this funding. So yes, we are all collectively understanding, if I'm just working with you and the Marines, and your division, whatever, and we're solving your problem, hey, I'm also looking at some PO in the Air Force that is also trying to solve that same thing, and we're also trying to introduce them. DIU was like maybe 20 people, 3 years ago. Now it's nearly 150, 200 people. We have a whole division around defense engagement. We sit, we talk with the POs and the 4-stars and the secretaries, and we know where all the problems are. We have a whole commercial engagement team that works with the venture capital and building that relationships and understanding those companies in stealth mode and passing companies to them and then passing great intel to us. So yes, transition is really hard. And we are studying the budget. We know exactly where the money is. It's too easy to go, hey, that's a really great piece of technology, and then try to figure out the transition path. And the Congress hasn't given us authority to actually buy that. So it is a continual process. But when we do a project in DIU, we always start with the transition. We know that there's a line item. We know that there's a pot of money. If this is successful, the program of record is willing to buy off on this. We have a 50-50, transition rate where before it was like 20%. Now it's 50, which is high within the DoD compared to like SBR.
What's your business? What do you do?
Maritime domain awareness. We deploy AI on the edge to enable sensor fusion across platforms for discovery of vessels.
Sounds very cool. Have you had success?
I'll give you a pitch in like 5 minutes if you want.
Yeah. Have you had success working through any other contracting methods outside of CIBR?
Yeah, so we have a CSO for
Okay.
Giant South with Scout. That was interesting. Trident Spectre 22, kind of a lot of those, but those are pay to play.
Yeah.
So with a year-old startup, running on seed funding still.
Yeah.
It's great, but as you can imagine, being nested in maritime domain awareness, it covers 75% of the Earth. But like Air Force has been the first ones to really buy off.
That's interesting. Yeah, the Navy.
So,
That is interesting.
yeah. So then we're also working with Overmatch.
Yeah.
We got asked just like to push a proposal. So.
Have you?
Stuff, like weird areas, like USASOC wants us to we're doing the innovation thing with them
Yeah.
too. It's just.
Yeah. No, I think kind of diving into that a little bit. Have you, when you start looking through because a lot of what we do is you can boil it down to like user mapping. You're like, how do you user map this? And user mapping is not just a a tactical thing, right? You're saying, okay, what is the unit that can actually use this? So we go to USASOC or somebody with like within Pac Fleet South or whoever it is, say this is the team that's gonna go and utilize this tech. I think the next piece is how do you start navigating that through all the way to who's the 2-star that's gonna say, okay, we want this capability. And then then all of a sudden you have to jump over to a PEO who says, kind of what he was going back to earlier is like, I'm 5 years down this pathway. Why do you want me to quit on this project that I've been working on? And I think that one of the things that we have to get better at educating startups on, and we need to take that run to say, while you pursue SIVers and sitters and all this other stuff, who is the person that is building this capability, like this business development capability within your organization that can pull down what requirements a PEO is shaping and build that into how you guys are working in parallel with your SIVer.
Yeah, but those are so poorly organized on their side of the house as well, that you can't communicate those half the time. Like I can show up to SOCOM PEO Maritime day after day, and they're still gonna have like, you know, yeah, sure, let me look for a laundry list of like a 30-year-old like funded requirements sometimes. And that's the difficulty, right? I'm totally with you. I worked in defense innovation inside, in uniform for my last 2 years in, and it was just like,
No, it's
oh my gosh, this is what we're
it's
doing.
challenging even on our
It's
side.
scary.
This relationship is purely like, I know this guy, can I talk to you? Or you get blown off.
I know we have a few more questions. Go for it. You.
So I'll ask this question wearing my.
Oh, no.
Hold on a minute.
second.
Ma'am, go ahead.
I was wondering, I'm from the University of Texas at Austin. I'm wondering if the 16th Air Force is engaging academia at all.
So I will tell you that we do, but it is not well thought out or well organized in any stretch of the imagination. I mean, we have folks, just based on my experiences, right? Because I've reached out to folks that we have involved in it today, and it depends on their particular interests and the relationships that they have, and they may have a little bit that they do. So what I'm trying to do is build some kind of, not trying to add bureaucracy, but just an understanding and a structure to it so that we have an understanding, so that similar to, you know, looking at what you all as an organization, as academics, could bring from a research perspective to support our problems. And if you could link up, right, those that go do the research, so the students and faculty with the folks that are interested in those types of, right, the research technology behind it and all that, there's a lot of goodness. So we have a lot, in my opinion, to do there. It's a lot of little one-offs, not well thought out today.
So I'll jump.
You're teeing this up for Jim here.
That you can also use is, I'm actually from the UARC.
Oh,
in
okay.
Austin. So
Yeah.
that's a way that you can bridge that authority to operate, because we have
Yep.
facility clearance. So we can help the transition sometimes with, especially academia.
And we
You answered that
we
for
do
me, yeah.
use UARCs. We do have UARC work where we're working right now with Georgia Tech Research Institute
Yep.
and some others that are out there right now doing some pretty special stuff. I actually looked your organization up before, but I couldn't figure out how to. But anyhow,
I can give you.
okay.
This is something just so do you work? You probably work closely with Seth Wilk.
So he's on campus and I'm at the UARC.
Okay, up at JJ Pickle.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So and this is something where the two of you could utilize. So Ensign has fellowships, right? So we have PhD fellowships that you can say, hey, I would like a particular researcher to work on X. So Ensign would fund somebody from either your shop or somebody from within the university. We'd pay somebody from their university to come work with you. And they could come up to you, they can work on your campus, and that's something that Ensign would fund.
One challenge I would tell you with the graduate students is the dissertations and theses at UT have to be unlimited distribution.
Yeah.
So no CUI, definitely nothing classified, and you have to kind of know that going in and sanitize a project, because you don't want a student going down and saying, oh, you know what, that's classified, because that's not really fair to the student. So that is one of the difficult things, that it can be done, but it should be done deliberately.
So can you guys talk about that term you just used, CUI, because that's relatively new, and it throws some complications in there, because especially with the second letter in there. So I think that's an important piece when you're working SIVers, and a lot of stuff is now under this new category called CUI.
So there's kind of two, and I think one other thing is I'd love to go back and talk UARC for a second, because I'm sure there's people in here that don't know what a UARC is. So what is it? Controlled unclassified information? Is that CUI? I think that's what it stands for. Think of it as like business intelligence that isn't important enough to classify at higher levels. However, it's something that is just not shared widely. It's like,
I think the challenge with CUI is the compliance with the computer systems that it's on.
yeah.
Yep.
And it is like 110 compliance actions you have to take out of NISBA 171. It is a real burden to have CUI. It's not quite at the classified, but like classified, you kind of wall
It might as
the
well
whole thing
be.
off, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that that's a real burden going forward.
We've just made it more difficult for people in this room, entrepreneurs and everybody, to have dialogue, to communicate.
We keep everything at DIU at the unclassified level. We dumb it down to, everything can be used into a classified setting. We dumb it down to where everyone can work in the very unclassified. We don't do things in CUI because of that very reason.
We have had the situation where we had a project on campus, and then the sponsoring organization, I don't want to point any fingers around here, said, oh, that's CUI after the fact. And then now we have CUI on an uncompliant computer, student project, you know, and that's just difficult.
That was just a hot mess.
So you have to be really deliberate, I think, when you do that kind of thing.
No, absolutely. And Ensign has a ton of different programs, from Hacking for Defense. Their whole program is taking warfighters and putting them in and embed them within academia and with our labs, and vice versa, taking academia and from the labs and bringing them into the DoD.
And a good example of that is, so we partnered heavily with DevCom. So we have something like 30 capstones alone with DevCom this fall, and they're at Texas A&M. There's a couple at UT. There's one with SEAL Team 7 and UT on a capstone, which is really cool. They're doing like underwater litter type stuff. It's really interesting. But that's where Ensign really begins to flex its muscles, is how do we, because long-term strategy, right, 2040, how do we make sure that our students and our youth want to serve, right? That's a massive national security issue, because that gap is increasingly growing. So when we talk culture, Ensign really dives into like, how do we get students to realize that this guy in a uniform or this gal in a uniform they're just like them. They're not that much different. And I think that from that perspective, when it comes down to helping build pipeline for employees into 16th Air Force, because 16th Air Force employs a number of civilians, right? So if we have a PhD that's coming out of UT that wants to go work at 16th Air Force, that's something that Ensign helps facilitate through a program called Hireathon. So we understand that the pipeline for human capital, which every single service is being crushed by. Everybody is low on the numbers, their recruiting numbers are way down, and it's very difficult to recruit. So that's something that Ensign really helps tackle with our mission partners in the universities.
How much time do we have left?
You're gonna end in a couple minutes.
Last question, go for it.
So my question follows that directly. I'll ask it wearing my Alamo AFCEA hat. So I'm also a contractor down on Lackland Air Force Base, but recently ran the Alamo AFCEA Emerging Leaders Program for 4 years, which is all of our young professionals, including some college students that attend our events every month. We've got a lot of UTSA recent grads that would love nothing more than to work for 67th, 688 Cyber Week. It's like their dream. They get out, they graduate, nobody's sponsoring clearances. So, and some of the contracts are written in that billets can only be unfilled for 30 days, or you have to have 5 years experience or more. There's no language in there that allows for a young person to be hired and the billet to go unfilled until however many months elapse for them to get their clearance. Speaking of that culture shift, is there any thought about incorporating things like that into contracts going forward?
I think from an Ensign perspective, and I can answer this real quickly, when it comes down to security clearances for us, like when we start talking like fellowships for undergrads, the turnaround is so fast, like getting them cleared is something that for us, we only work on unclassified projects. We're just like, the turn is too fast. Now, when we start talking the year-long fellowships, they clear them. And I think that they run it through like AFRL or ARL, but I know that doesn't address that particular issue. But I know that's something from an ensign perspective, that's what we're doing to address it, but I don't know if you guys have anything.
That was one of the things Mike Brown's also taking on, is just the length of time to get someone hired, especially to get through the security clearance process, is not acceptable. And it's like, hey, we're gonna pick you, you've been selected, you're gonna start in 8 months. Well, what am I supposed to do? Like, I still need to pay the bills for 8 months, you know? I mean, it's just not tenable right now. And that's something that he talked to Congress about. Behind the scenes, they are trying to work on different fixes to be able to, whether it's a temporary clearance, whatever it is, to be able to help expedite that process. But no, this is a known critical thing. The talent management and the workforce, you know, development, something that, right, nonprofits and organizations like NSCC are working on. Absolutely critical, and same thing with FCA, trying to get that next generation into wanting to work in national security. Non-trivial, you're helping us, successful, they want to work with us, and still nonetheless we make it extremely difficult. That is something that we've talked to the White House about, and Secretary of Defense, and they hear us loud and clear. Awesome, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
I think we all have so many great ideas. I wanted to add that we have representatives from AFCEA and Women in Defense, so we'd love to chat with them.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys speak, because there's a lot of those places where you've been. For me, it absolutely.
Hey, I recognize you.
Yeah, Jeff Costello from Ventures on their JA/Odyssey program. Justin had a family emergency, he had to take off, so sadly, you know, you're going from the top of the barrel to something below the bottom of the barrel. This will help out.
We have it quiet just for 1 second, we have an
I just need maybe 30 seconds, but good afternoon, my name is Kara Stetson. In the spirit of professional collaboration, the national security sphere, in Texas we are standing up a new chapter of Women in Defense. It's a sub-organization of NDIA, so really it's just about providing opportunities for women to network and collaborate on all the innovative ideas we just talked about across the great state of Texas. So surprisingly, there's not a chapter, so we're starting one. If you'd like more information, feel free to stop at the table. I have some forms, and you can find me on LinkedIn, Kara Stetson, like the hat.
What's the name of it one more time?
Women in Defense.
Okay.
And men can join too. And men can join too.
All right.
Yes. So if you have any questions or want more information, please stop by.
Where are you guys based? Where are you guys based?
Out of here.
Oh, you guys are in California.
No, Women in Defense, no. So I work for our command.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So,
what do you do there?
I'm the deputy chief of staff.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you have
Wait, who's the chief of staff?
General Fletcher, Michelle Fletcher. She was actually on the panel here yesterday.
Yeah.
So her and I were just kind of looking for opportunities.
So they're looking for jobs in your legal. I was gonna say.
Yeah, you guys want right to say, like, you're all privileged. You're all privileged.
That's true.
I think that's the folks that might be like nationally. Karen Bragg, Ensign is like 50% of the mentions.
Really?
Okay. Power players all across, like my boss, Kristen Haydock, there she was. She'd be an incredible person.
Oh, that'd be great.
But I work with all sorts of guys, like all over.
Really? That's great. Yeah, I'm so excited. We need like.
So you said it's under NDIA?
It is.
Okay, so I'm on the national board of NDIA.
Okay.
So I spend, and I just wasn't aware of it. So when I go to NDIA Connect, do you guys have a page on there?
Usually,
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And Rachel McCaffrey is the director of Women in Defense.
Okay.
I'm just gonna sit down with you guys and actually
She's great, so she's helping me get the chapter started.
Okay.
But yeah, anything NDIA affiliated with
So we have
we participate. So we have a lot of our own events. But it is like a sub-organization of NDIA.
And where do you sit?
So I work at Army Futures Command.
Yep, so you're here in Austin.
I'm here in Austin, so
Okay.
we're starting the chapter here.
Yep.
Then we can expand and have other chapters.
We want to expand down to San Antonio.
That's exactly what I'm talking to my FCA friends about.
That's
Because,
perfect.
yeah.
Yep.
So I'm gonna try to go to the.
I'm crossover. I talk to both AFCEA and NDIA. So AFCEA has their monthly meetings in our room. So obviously we've got AFCEA's Alamo Ace coming up in November.
Yes.
That's their big one.
Okay.
We've got a big chapter. We've got all the divisions. I'm one of the division directors back at National.
Okay.
We have that coming up in November.
Okay.
And so I think if nothing else, we'll work to make sure it gets highlighted at the division type piece. Because again, it's relatively new to me. I don't know.
Right, and we're trying to get, like I said, I think I have 28 members. I need 35 to officially start the chapter, which I think I'll get in this month. And then I can start officially being I'm excited.
After you get established and everything else, we'll have you come down and bring one of our collaboration days.
That would be great.
And then that way we can work.
Because we actually already have a few women from San Antonio who participated in like a couple of my mentors, so they're hearing about it, which is good.
So I'm part of, so in addition to this, I'm part of the Lone Star chapter for NDIA.
Yeah.
That's across like.
So do you know Patricia Baumhart?
Yeah, I see Patricia.
Okay, so she's one of our like founding members.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll work with Patricia.
She's awesome. Yeah, but Patricia's helping us kind of get started.
Very good. Very nice
So
to meet
nice to
you.
meet you. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
My goal was to get back to
No worries.
Get back to